Is there anyone on the phone? Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I would like to call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Today is June 6th, 2023. It's 5:01 p.m. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Myers,
Here.
Mr. Martinez,
Present.
Mr. Rivera,
Present.
Ms. Bronga,
Here.
Mr. Johnson,
Here.
Mr. Constant,
Here.
Ms. Salatel,
She's excused.
Mr. Cross,
Here.
Mr. Voland,
Happy to be here.
Ms. Brawley,
Here.
Mr. Solt,
I'm not sure where he is. I'll find out.
okay. Mr. Solt will be absent for now. Mr. Perez-Verdia,
Here.
you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Johnson, would you...
And our youth representative is here tonight. Mr. Matthews, would you confirm your attendance?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Matthews. Next, we have Pledge of Allegiance. Member Johnson.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Member Bronga, would you please lead us with the land acknowledgement?
Yes, Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It's a public gesture of appreciation for past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. There are no minutes from previous meetings. Mr. Mayor will have a mayor's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see everyone here tonight. We have great news from the fire department. Thanks to the hard work by Chief Schrage and his team, we secured $10 million in federal funds that will enable us to hire an additional 18 firefighters. In order to hire these firefighters, we have initiated a new academy. This is incredibly important and exciting as we work toward beefing up staffing and improving on response times. This academy comes in addition to the academy AFD plans to hold this fall. This grant will ensure we meet national standards for staffing on rigs. I look forward to welcoming all new recruits to our ranks this fall. If you know of someone, by the way, with a heart for service and who wants to join an incredible team and pursue a fulfilling career, please have them apply to the Anchorage Fire Department. Now to a quick update on the Golden Lion. The building is ready for occupancy. Once an operator has been hired to manage the facility, we can begin placing clients into the building. I remain committed to bringing online these needed housing units as quickly as possible. Now to the Tudor shelter. I know the topic of the Tudor and Elmore NAV Center and Shelter is on the docket tonight. In light of this discussion, I wanted to share just a few thoughts. I think we can all agree that what's happening in our parks, green spaces, along our trails, and in various parts of our city is untenable and not quite even humane. As much as I hate to say it, we are beginning to look like certain parts of Seattle, and that's not what the people of Anchorage want. Hundreds of tents and prohibited campsites are strewn across town, and it doesn't have to be this way. Hundreds of individuals experiencing homelessness are being left behind and used as pawns. They need our help, and they needed it last winter, and they're going to need it this coming winter. A large, low-barrier shelter is a vital part of any comprehensive response to this kind of problem. 2 years ago, I came into office and quickly worked to present a plan that we believe would have addressed a significant portion of the challenges we are facing today on our streets and in our parks. And where are we now? To no fault of anyone, we are doing what government does best. We're talking about things, we're holding meetings, we're setting up work sessions and pointing fingers at each other. Did we make a mistake with the construction and appropriation process of the NAB Center last year? Yes, we certainly did. We admitted to that, and we explained why it happened. However, we must operate and deal with the facts that are now before us. I'm tired of arguing about this issue. I know the Assembly is tired of arguing about this issue. But most importantly, the people of Anchorage are tired of this. We need a solution. We need action. We need construction. We need a building. We need a place. In layman's terms, we need a modern, comfortable, efficient, and safe place where individuals experiencing homelessness can go year-round, but especially in the winter. And this cannot be on our streets. The Sullivan, hockey rinks, rec centers, random parcels of land, or makeshift campgrounds are simply not the answer. Every city that is successfully managing the homelessness has a large shelter of these like we are discussing. Folks, the concept of a large shelter with navigation services at the Tudor and Elmer site holds so many promises for our city. It can serve as a place to transform lives, to get people clean and sober, to reconnect people to their loved ones, to provide them with the resources that will enable them to secure a job and have their own home one day. But if we spend another summer expending our time, our resources, and the public's willingness to hear us out, I'm afraid we will never reach a modicum of solution. I do not want people to freeze to death this winter. The NAB Center can prevent that. I don't want to take away valuable community assets and turn them into homeless shelters. The NAB Center can prevent that. I don't want massive illegal camps that bring with them a whole host of public safety issues spreading throughout our entire city year after year. The NAB Center can prevent that. The only thing stopping us at this time is ourselves. I implore each of the Assembly members here tonight to reflect on how we want Anchorage to look a year from now. Do we want to be in the exact same situation next June? Or do we want to be part of the team that did something historic for our city? I've met with and continue to meet with I have met and will continue to meet with any of you on this subject to find out what the administration can do to garner your support for this worthy cause. My door is certainly open to you. Let's get to work and make true progress. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next, we'll have the chair's report. Welcome to everybody, and thank you for being here. I don't see any students from probably in Eagle River High School where they always like to recognize them. And so if there are any, please let us know. We'll have you come forward. First, I would like to have a brief discussion about federal relief funds and the conversations that have been going on in the community relating to them. As many of you have seen in the news, there have been 2 organizations that received allocations from the municipality's federal relief funds that are under investigation for misuse of those funds. I want to express my disappointment as it appears that those funds weren't used as intended to meet critical community needs. I also want to urge the media and the community not to let the problems with these two groups, which at this time are just allegations, overshadow the incredibly good work that came out of the federal relief funds and the hundreds of organizations who have and continue to put that money to work in our community to make it a better place. Over 180 organizations received federal funds through the municipality, and those organizations in turn funded grants, assistance, and services that have served and will continue to serve thousands of people. Some of the things funded include millions of dollars of rental assistance to keep people in their homes during the pandemic, as well as new low-income housing projects like the Guest House, Government House Lofts, and Providence's supportive housing project. It also funded job training in the arts and small business development. And I thank all of the organizations who have been and continue to be good stewards of the public trust and funds and help our community get through the darkest of times. If you'd like to learn more about the projects funded by federal relief, go to the Assembly's homepage and select Recent Actions tab and look for the Recovery button. That said, we look forward to the wheels of justice and, in fact, the municipality conducting reviews and audits of the funds as they have been used in the community to ensure that they met the standards that we applied when we made those funds available. Next, I would like to talk about Juneteenth. Tonight, we will recognize and celebrate Juneteenth. And this year is special because it will be the first year we celebrate Juneteenth as an official municipal holiday. Next Monday, June 19th. I thank members Rivera and Zalatel and former member Quinn Davidson for your hard work to develop this local acknowledgement for this important date in our nation's history. And I am grateful to the mayor for sending out an email that the municipality's offices will in fact be closed on Monday. So if you have important business to conduct, please take care of it Friday or be prepared to wait until Tuesday. That said, also we will be celebrating this month Pride for Anchorage, and we would be having individuals from the community as well to be recognized for this year's Pride. And this year, it's significant because of the very aggressive campaign across the country of legislation that is against LGBT people. It's amazing to witness the change in tenor in our country. Now, also, thanks on behalf of Mr. Volland, I would like to recognize that today is the 74th anniversary of D-Day, the day in which 150,000 Allied troops stormed the shores of Normandy, which was probably the second most significant day in our efforts of the war after Pearl Harbor, in which we changed the tide and we were able to stop the threat of Nazis in Germany and really finalize the outcome of that war. So I'd like to honor everybody who lost their lives or who served on that day. Now to the topic of the Clean Slate Town Halls and the items that we have on the agenda before us tonight relating to settlements, to Hickle construction. Actually, that's not on the agenda tonight. We moved it to the 16th. And the conversation about funding what's been called a navigation center. This navigation center, if you listen to the rhetoric, is a miracle. It's a place where everything works for all people. It's a place where people are going to get sober. It's a place where people are going to find housing. It's a place where people are going to be reunited with their families, as we've heard. The one thing that this body's been waiting for is a plan that demonstrates how that's going to operate. Miracles take spreadsheets. There was, at one point, a spreadsheet that came forward that demonstrated a portion of the cost that showed the navigation center could hire an RN, a registered nurse, for $50,000 a year. The plans that we've seen to date aren't rational, don't make sense, and can't be demonstrated as factual or deliverable. And those of us who've served long enough on the body remember the promise of SAP. SAP was a $9 million investment by the municipality that was going to change life for everyone. It's going to make life better. SAP is our management software in which people track their time and we are able to manage contracts. $105 million later, we finally got the operation to the point where it could work. The promise was $9 million. The reality was $100 million. The plan for the navigation center started at $4, and then $7, and then $14, and then $24 million. Now we have before us a request for $7 million that we know won't actually get us to the place where we just have the tent built at Tudor and Elmore. And all of this in the context of an effort by the Assembly to have a series of town halls called the Clean Slate Effort. This weekend, the Assembly and the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness held 3 town halls on the Clean Slate strategy to develop a community discussion on new permanent year-round shelter. The sessions were live streamed and you can view the recordings on the Assembly's YouTube channel. I encourage everyone to watch one of these sessions to learn more about the Assembly's work on homelessness. The reality is, in my opinion, the Assembly should not get in front of that work. But we have that question before us tonight, and it should be an interesting conversation, all politics aside. I think we can all agree that we do have to figure out a solution that moves people out of camps and into shelter and ultimately into housing, because that's the solution. Finally, I'll say, as we have a full agenda tonight, I'll do my best to move us along so that when we get to the work of the Assembly and the people and get through it at a reasonable hour. This is a business meeting, and we're here to do the work of the municipality. Please help to create a climate of respect in the chambers. Refrain from personal attacks and speaking out of turn, shouting or clapping and pacing, except clapping is allowed for recognition. Keep signs to 8.5 by 11 inches. Please keep the aisles clear except when lined up to testify. Please also don't approach the dais. If you have something to share with the members, please hand it to the clerk. Also, please stop speaking if a point of order is called so that I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules aren't followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. And if there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. And if the disruption persists, the person may be asked to leave. If you're here to testify on a public hearing item, when you come forward, please state your name and the community council or the part of town in which you live. Please stay on topic and direct comments to me or other members on the dais. I'll interrupt you if you're off topic. It's helpful if testifiers provide comments on any proposed amendments. Amendments should be listed up on the dais. You'll have 3 minutes, and community council representatives speaking on behalf of the council will have 5 minutes. Also, Assembly members don't typically answer questions during this period. That comes later during the debate portion, as public testimony is the public's time to speak. Were we joined by Mr. Salt?
Yes, Randy Schultz here.
Thank you, Mr. Salt. And thank you to everyone else. We'll now go down the dais for committee reports. Mr. Myers?
Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. This Community and Economic Development Committee met on June 1st, and we had 2 presentations on outstanding business. And the next meeting of the Community Economic Development Committee will be on June 15th, and we meet at the Permit Center. For all those who are interested in that meeting, there's more information on our website as well. And I just wanted to thank the Chair for the pause to honor the D-Day heroes and for that recognition. It is just a reminder that together we can accomplish great things, and I hope everyone celebrates in that spirit the memory of those who lost their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. And the busiest man on the dais, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are 3 special meetings of the Housing and Homelessness Committee related to the Clean Slate strategy coming up, and those committee meetings are going to focus on discussion on criteria for shelter in the next week or so. So those meetings are June 7th from 1 to 3 p.m., June 12th from 1 to 3 p.m., and June 14th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., all at City Hall, first floor, room 155. There will be a regular meeting of the Housing and Homelessness Committee on June 8th from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. to discuss the 2023-2024 Emergency Cold Weather Shelter Plan. That meeting will also be at City Hall, first floor, room 155. And last, there will be a meeting of the Municipal Audit Committee on June 8th from 9:50 to 10:50 a.m. to get an update on the ACFR, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Review, our annual audit. Also at City Hall, first floor, room 155. I will encourage members of the public to please go to the Assembly's website, and we have a homelessness focus page on the website that has a lot of really great information about the Clean Slate strategy and all the other areas of work that are happening with regard to homelessness. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Branca?
Health Policy Committee will be meeting on Wednesday, June 7th, 9:15 to 10:45 at City Hall, room 155.
Mr. Johnson?
Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Walland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Member Bronga stated, we will be meeting tomorrow morning, the Health Policy Committee, and I want to welcome Ms. Bronga as the new co-chair of the Health Policy Committee, so that's why she gave that announcement. I'm pretty excited about working with her, and one of the main things we will be discussing, in addition to hearing our standing report from the Anchorage Health Department Director, we will be discussing a resolution written by former interim Assembly Member Joey Sweet in support of legislation that would help address tuberculosis. So anyway, that's one of our topics, and would welcome anybody from the public to attend. As Member Bronga said, 9:15 a.m., City Hall, Conference Room 155. Thank you.
Mr. Cross.
Nothing to report, but I would like to add I also greatly appreciate you taking time to recognize and honor D-Day. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had prepared a statement doing so as well, and I think it's really important that in our sea of resolutions celebrating people, we don't forget our fallen heroes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. Two reports. First is the Budget and Finance Committee. So that is a committee of the whole, meets every month. And our next meeting will be Thursday, June 15th at 12:10 p.m., City Hall, Room 155. We are not yet in the throes of the budget cycle, at least from the Assembly's perspective, but we will be hearing our usual updates on the closeout of 2022 finances and other topics. The other committee report is for the Legislative Committee. So this is a committee that does not have a standing meeting at this time, but it is my intent as chair to schedule a meeting sometime in July to discuss the Assembly and the municipalities' legislative priorities, get an update on action that was taken at the state level in the last legislative session, and thinking about how we can work before the next legislative session in 2024 to communicate our priorities. I also intend to work with others on the committee to reach out to our legislators so that we can have discussions while they're home in the interim, and again, discuss our funding and policy priorities for the municipality. So stay tuned for that meeting to be scheduled sometime in July. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. I think that there is some conversation about extending the Budget and Finance Committee actually earlier and truncating the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee so that we can hear an ordinance that's addressing the creation of the Municipal Trust Board.
And I would welcome that.
All right, thank you. So that may be a change you see coming forward to the calendar this week. Next, I have Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a reminder, coming up is the Assembly Public Safety Committee meeting. At that meeting, we will be going over a rather full agenda, including a body cam policy and implementation update, talking about staffing shortages with APD, and also discussion of scofflaw. For the Anchorage Fire Department, we'll be talking with some of the volunteer chiefs. We'll be talking about Northern Lights and Sirens, and also Cook Inlet Rescue. The Department of Law, we will be meeting two new people, Dustin Pearson and Charles Gunther, from prosecution and from civil, and we'll be having a conversation about fentanyl overdoses. So I encourage the public to attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Salt?
Nothing to report at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next, we move on to the addendum to the agenda. The addendum includes items to be added to the agenda and prepared the Friday before the Assembly meeting. The Assembly formally does this through a motion to incorporate the addendum as well as possible laid-on-the-table items. Before we get to the addendum, we're going to address the laid-on-the-table items, which incorporates just a couple of laid-on-the-table items. I'm super grateful to everybody for resisting the urge for last-minute business. This is how it ought to be. The two items that we have are, I believe, supplemental items, so we won't have to take any votes. So, first, I would like to read item 10B1C, Resolution AR 2023-188S1, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting a plan for allowed camps within the municipality of Anchorage. Assemblymember Rivera. 10B1D, Resolution AR 2023-188 2023-188S2, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting a plan for allowed camps within the municipality of Anchorage. Assembly Member Rivera, 10B E1, Assembly Memorandum AM 458-2023. And then next, under new public hearings, item 14D, 14D2, Resolution AR 2023-182S, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating not to exceed $11,100,000 of area-wide general fund balance, area-wide general fund balance to the area-wide general capital improvement projects, CIP Fund 401-800, Maintenance and Operations Department to be used for construction of the Navigation Center and Emergency Shelter at Tudor and Elmore Site 27. So now I would like to ask the Vice Chair for a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the label laid on the table items.
Move to incorporate.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Ball and seconded by Mr. Cross, and I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Hearing and seeing no objection, those items have been incorporated, laid on the table. Next, we have appearance requests, and on our agenda tonight, we have two. First, I'd like to call welcome. So there's a green or blue button. Press that to turn the mic on. And welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from, and you'll have 3 minutes. There you go.
Hello, fellow Assembly members and residents. I'm Helen Fleming, an owner of Showdown, Alaska, a local concert and production company based in Anchorage, and the producers of Sundown Solstice Festival, a 3-day music festival happening in Cuddy Park next weekend. Our concert production company turns 10 this year. We've accomplished a lot of milestones, even with members of this current assembly, and would like to first extend a thank you to your support in helping us get here. Showdown has always had 2 missions in this city. The first is to encourage economic growth within Anchorage. Our shows, festivals, and fundraisers have had a ripple effect in this community. During our 10 years, thousands of people have attended our shows and events downtown, dined around Anchorage before shows, and interacted with hundreds of food trucks and local vendors at our events. This festival has over 800 of out-of-state and in-state visitors coming to Anchorage. With that comes spending in the tourism sector with hotel rooms, transportation, souvenir shops, and beyond. Our second mission is to foster community pride. The best thing about being involved with festivals and events is the opportunity to build a community, foster a sense of pride within our community, and engage the community. We love to make Anchorage brag-worthy to visitors. Sundown Solstice Music Festival is the fruition of almost 10 years of my life and my life savings to create an event designed to drive music tourism and engage Anchorage with the simple celebration of arts and music. When we chose Cuddy Park, we wanted a space that we could grow into and expand. A space large enough to bring over 50 national acts to Cuddy Park and 50 local musicians that Alaskans would have to spend thousands traveling out of state to see. To bring local musicians together with those national acts to nurture and foster relationships to grow their own careers. When we showed up to the Archives lot in April with the city and coalition, we leaned on the city to make the right choice to protect both the unhoused and the patrons of the concert. For the sake of public safety, we were told that abatement was the right choice. My only question to the city now is why? Why was the Sullivan closed with no plan? Why weren't sanctioned camps created from the start? Why was there no communication to campers about this festival from the very start in the area? This could all have been avoided with regulated and secured sanctioned camps being built from the very start. We have never been thrown into such a political place in our 10 years. Our whole company prides itself on providing a safe space to enjoy an event no matter your walk of life. We come to you asking for urgency and development of sanctioned camps in the city, even in the Archives lot. We need action on this before abatement on Cuddy Park ends. Sanctioned camps are needed. It gives opportunities to feed the hungry, consult with individuals who need assistance, and offer more security from violence that occurs in unsecured camps. There would have been no issue had the space been been secured, regulated, and safe for both parties from the very start of the festival and the Cuddy Park decision. We have been beyond frustrated with the lack of accountability and communication regarding this issue and the blame being placed on a local business only trying to better the city. We love our city, our state, and our residents. Thanks for your time.
Hold on, Ms. Brawley. Ms.
Yeah.
Brawley.
Oh, I do have a question. Thank you, Ms. Fleming, for coming. So, and I should also say, disclosure, I do have tickets to your festival for one of the days.
Thank you for your support.
But my question is, you mentioned that you met with the municipality in April, and to my recollection, the abatement notice was posted May 24th. I just wondered when, basically what month you guys initiated the permit process?
Yeah, absolutely. There was a lot of serious thinking into the abatement, but again, we were waiting on city leaders and officials to make a calculated and correct decision. We visited the site several times, and each time, there were more and more campers. And so, yeah, we leaned on the city, and it did take some time, but we had to wait and look to them for their decision.
Yeah, thanks. Just to clarify, I wondered when you had first started discussing the full permitting with the municipality.
I believe it was the very last day in April. So when I'm saying April, it's mainly... Oh, I'm sorry. Can you rephrase your question when you just... Sorry.
Yeah.
When we discussed being in Cuddy Park?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I'm sorry, December. December. I thought you meant when we first, were discussing the abatement issue. No, we leased the park in December when the Sullivan was a functioning shelter.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you, Ms.
Thanks.
Fleming. Next, we have Mr. Brian Hawkins. And welcome. The mic got turned off, so just hit that colored button and please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. There you go.
Brian Hawkins, represent Fairview, Anchorage, Alaska. Thank you guys for having me today. I appreciate the time. Start with something we might already know, at least I hope we do. Homelessness is not just a statistic or a number. It represents a diverse human lives. It's not a burden that we should be unfairly placed on a single neighborhood, person, or business. Homelessness is a complex problem. It affects us all. It demands a collective effort to find lasting solutions. It's unfair to expect one part or person or entity of the community to bear the weight of homelessness on its own. This issue exceeds boundaries and impacts the entirety of Anchorage. We must shift our perspective. Literally stop playing the shell games with people's lives and come up with actionable solutions. It's exhausting to see people treated this way. It's exhausting to see someone attempting to better themselves while their home is a cardboard box in the back of an alley, or more realistically, in a tent in the woods. It's exhausting effort to discuss this, and I know we've all heard versions of this before. But I'm here lending my voice because it struck a chord with me to see a music festival, scratch that, a local business take undue hits for a situation that the municipality should take responsibility for. I say it's familiar because I'm a resident of Fairview. I've seen, I've heard, I've felt the strain of homelessness take in my community, and it's unfair to expect Fairview or any one neighborhood to take on the burdens by issues, and the burdens, you know what, I hate the word burdens. We'll say the issues that should be carried by the city of its whole. We, the community, Anchorage, we have an amazing opportunity. One, to be an example for the country, to come up with real, actionable solutions when it comes to homelessness. I voice my support for authorized campsites for my people, really our people, so they can feel protected and supported. I ask the Assembly to work through this solution before we shuffle people and to nowhere again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up on the agenda, we will move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda items are numbered 10A through 10F and are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing. So next, I'll go down the dais and ask members if they would like to pull any items. We'll start on the phone with you, Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull item 10 Delta 2, 10 Delta 5, and 10 Gulf 4. Thank you.
So that was 10 Delta 2 and 5, and then 10 Gulf 4. Next, we will go to Mr. Presverdia.
Actually, can you come back to me, please? Thank you.
Sure, Ms. Brawley.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to pull, let's see, 10A2, 10D3, 10D7, 10D15, and I think that's it.
All right, so I have 10A2, 10D3, 10D7, and 10D15. Thank you, Mr. Cross.
Yeah, just 10 Bravo 1. Thank you.
10 Bravo 1. Mr. Bolland.
My items have been pulled. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Nothing to add.
I had 10B1B. Do I do that separate from?
10B1's already been pulled.
Okay. And then 10D6.
Did you say 10B1? The first one.
10B1.
Yeah, it was 10B1 and then 10D6, you said?
Correct.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Only item I have left is 10 Foxtrot 9.
9? 10 Foxtrot 9. All right. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One item, 10A1.
And that's 10A1. Mr. Myers.
No additional items.
No items. Mr. Martinez, I see you're in the queue. Previous item? Oh, for this. Okay. Okay, so I'll go back through the list of items. I have Mr. Martinez pull 10A1. Ms. Brawley, 10A. Oh, you know, actually, I should check with the youth member, Matthews. Did you have any items you wanted to pull?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have one other item, I think.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. President. Sorry.
I don't think it was pulled. 10D5?
Delta?
10D5, yeah.
It was pulled.
Was it?
Thanks.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, now I'll go through the list. 10A1, Mr. Martinez, 10A2, Ms. Brawley, 10B1, Mr. Cross, and Ms. Bronga as well, 10D2 by Mr. Salt, 10D3 by Ms. Brawley, 10B5 by Mr. Salt, 10D6 by Ms. Bronga, 10D7 by Ms. Brawley, 10D15, Ms. Brawley, 10F9, Mr. Rivera, and 10G4, Mr. Salt. Am I missing any items? Okay. So after that, and I now ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Mr. Myers made the motion. Mr. Martinez made it. Mr. Myers second. Okay, thank you. So if there's no objection, I would ask for unanimous consent on this item. Hearing and seeing none, the consent agenda has now been adopted. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than the items that were just pulled, which we'll take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in Section 10G. If you're here to see an action on any of those listed items that were not pulled, those items have now been passed or accepted. So next, we'll go through the items that have been pulled. First item is 10A1. Resolution AR 2023-185, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating June 19th, 2023 as Juneteenth in Anchorage. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Mr. Cross, seconded by Mr. Rivera. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Hearing and seeing no objection, that item has been adopted. Who's reading and who's presenting?
Mr. Martinez will be reading, Mr. Cross will be presenting.
Thank you.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipality recognizing, Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating June 19, 2023 as Juneteenth in Anchorage. Whereas Juneteenth is the oldest nationally celebrated commemoration of the end of slavery in the United States, recognizing June 19, 1865, when Union soldiers arrived in Galveston, Texas to announce the Civil War had ended and all enslaved persons were free in accordance with the executive order of President Abraham Lincoln, and whereas it took nearly 2.5 years after President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation for word to reach the last group of enslaved persons in Texas that they were free men and women, and whereas Juneteenth has special significance for millions of African Americans whose ancestors awoke on July 5th, 1776 as enslaved persons, not included in life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Throughout history, Juneteenth has been known by many names, including Jubilee Day, Freedom Day, Liberation Day, and Emancipation Day. And whereas the red, white, and blue Juneteenth flag is a symbol that gives all Americans the opportunity to acknowledge African American history, the flag represents the star of Texas bursting with the promise of freedom over a new horizon, a promise that our nation has not yet fully achieved. And whereas on June 19, 2021, President Joe Biden signed legislation establishing Juneteenth as a national federal holiday that recognizes and honors the historic, unique journey of African Americans. On February 21st, 2023, the Anchorage Assembly approved AO 2023-17, which established Juneteenth as a municipal holiday, and whereas Juneteenth, Anchorage's 2023 month-long celebration, features numerous community events and learning opportunities, including the Juneteenth citywide celebration at Delaney Park Strip on Saturday and Sunday, June 17th and 18th, from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m., and the Juneteenth Make It Monday luncheon hosted by the Alaska Black Caucus and the Anchorage Chamber of Commerce at the Denina Civic and Convention Center, 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Monday, June 19th, and the Soul in the Cemetery tour at the Anchorage Memorial Park, Saturday, June 24th, 1 to 2:30 p.m. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and celebrates June 19, 2023 as Juneteenth in Anchorage and encourages the Anchorage community to participate in local events to celebrate African American freedom, heritage, and the contributions to our community, state, and nation. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly on the 6th day of June 2023.
Green button. You got to turn it on so the record, there's a colored button there. There you go.
Okay,
It's on.
I don't want to break anything. Okay. So first and foremost, I just wanted to tell everybody thank you. For those who don't know me, my name is Jasmine Smith. I'm a serial entrepreneur, community activist, and a lover of all things Juneteenth. I think this year is especially special because we want to first and foremost thank the Assembly and the municipality for supporting Juneteenth being an official holiday. Yeah. Paid holiday, yeah. It has great significance, of course, to the African American community, but at the end of the day, it's American history. and it has a place for everyone to learn and understand.
That's right.
And oftentimes we are told, why do you still celebrate this? Such an uncomfortable topic, right? Such a hard thing to discuss when you think about slavery and the idea of someone not knowing that they were free for almost 2 years after the day they were actually free, still working.
They were always free.
Yes. And the answer is simple. We celebrate for our ancestors, and we celebrate for our next generation, so they know not only where they come from, one small piece of a big story, but they also know that the story in this isn't finished. We have a lot more work to do, and that's why we celebrate, and that's why our organizations collectively, this amazing committee, people like Daryl, awesome allies, people like Vonnie, who does scholarships and community work, we keep this work going so our people never forget. And we encourage everyone to celebrate with us and remember the big picture about what Juneteenth is about and what we're trying to do. And we want to extend that offer to everyone to join us this year. We're very excited that we have been working extra hard, and we're going to have a mini parade, a park strip celebration, a health fair, legal clinic. We have some HBCUs and an education fair because we want people to understand freedom is not just limited to one thing in one party. We have different things we're working for in our community, and we want to keep that momentum going. So all are welcome to celebrate with us and remember Juneteenth. Although very important for the African American community, it is still American history, and everyone should learn. Oh, and that's the OG Cal, so thank you, Cal. I don't know if y'all want to say anything.
I want to tell the Assembly thank you. As the president of the Alaska Coalition of BIPOC Educators, this is a very important historical moment that one day will be in our Alaskan history books. So I just want to say thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you for the work that you will do and the work that has been done, and keep it going.
I have a question. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Nope, you just turned there you go.
Hi, I'm Erin Jackson Hill with Stand Up Alaska, and I too want to thank the Assembly. This has been such an important holiday in our community to celebrate not just Black Pride, but community pride. I hope to see each and every one of you out there. Come by our booth, we'll have a special prize for you.
Thank you. Jasmine? Yes. I have a question for you. So you mentioned the HBCUs are visiting. Is this a normal thing?
No, so we always are aware of celebrating Juneteenth, but we really wanted to be thoughtful this year and take our celebrations to the next level and think about freedom for our community in different areas. And so one of those themes that I can say NAACP, Alaska Black Caucus, especially Celeste and them always say is we have to educate. And so the idea of having a section of Juneteenth that was committed to educational resources for the community came about this year. And then Rosalind spearheaded contacting some different HBCUs and either saying, do you want to come in person, or would you like to just send up some materials to be at the event so we can recruit and show young people educational freedom. So that falls in one of our themes this year. So no, that's a new thing this year, and I'm really excited about the next level of our celebration.
So, Roz, who's coming?
So there was a couple schools that said they wanted to come. The hilarium, or if that's even a word, was, oh my God, you guys are up there? I got a lot of emails back like that. So truthfully, I think none of them are coming, but we did receive a lot of marketing. Gotcha. So we do have a lot of the information from colleges like North Carolina Central U. We have Spelman University. We got information from Southern University. So actually this opened the door. I literally sent emails. I Googled HBCUs, and about 4 pages came through, and on the last day of school, because I don't want anybody to think I did it while I was on school time, I sent all these emails, and it was amazing because they realized we are here. And so hopefully next year we will have a presence and they will be able to come, because as we know, airfare and hotel is not cheap, especially when you're coming from Georgia and South Carolina and those places.
Last question on that. Can you tell folks what an HBCU is? That's a bit of code.
So an HBCU is a historical Black college or university. I actually went to Grambling State University. That was the school my cousin's name was Tanya Nicole Winchester, or Tanya Nicole Taylor Winchester, and she was a graduate of Bartlett High School. And as I was in high school, she started these Grambling trips where we went on basketball trips, football trips, and really it just enlightened my eyes to see. I grew up here, you guys, so I saw a whole bunch of black people. I was in shock. And seeing the drum lines, seeing like the atmosphere, the sororities, the fraternities, and that's really what we wanted to bring up here. And so like I said before, those are all over. A lot of the historical black colleges, like Howard University, those were those first colleges where black people were accepted to go to school, to learn how to become teachers and engineers and all type of things, W.E.B. Du Bois, and just tons of people like that. So that's what it is, and for me to be a Anchorage born and raised and to go and get that experience and bring that back home is very important to me. And I know they do things at like Clark Middle School. They have all the HBCU flags hanging up in their entryway if you guys ever get a chance to go there. That's very historical, and you have all types of teachers too that have been there, so that's
Ms. Bonnie does a lot of work with the scholarships and community, so I just wanted her to be able to speak.
Hi, my name is Bonnie Gaither, and lately I'm known more as an artist. But every year since 2018, except for the pandemic year, we have what's called the African American Scholarship Awards program, and it's a big deal for me because I'm an ex-career resource advisor, and I believe that African American scholars should be celebrated by their community. So last Saturday at UAA, we did have one of our awards program, and I'm hoping it'll be something that'll be continuous every year. So my hat's off to the Assembly for making Juneteenth a big deal.
All right, thank you. And we have one more person that would like to speak on this from the Alaska Black Caucus. So it'll be just 1 minute.
Hello?
Hello, Ms. Hodggraden. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly. You have the floor.
All right, great. Hi, I'm Celeste Hodggraden, and I'm the president and CEO of the Alaska Black Caucus. I live in Potter Marsh. Thanks so much, first of all, for passing AO 2022-17 and this resolution. Today, Juneteenth is widely observed as a celebration of African American history and heritage. Emancipation was only one battle won in the centuries-long struggle for black civil rights, a struggle that is far from over. Unfortunately, racism continues to rear its ugly head in every aspect of American life. Income and housing inequality, police brutality, voter suppression, hate speech, and political bigotry are just a few of the forms that racism still takes. One racial justice issue that doesn't get discussed nearly as much as it should is healthcare equity. According to the CDC, African American adults are less likely to see a doctor due to high cost, lack of accessible care, or other barriers. Institutional racism means the health concerns of black patients are often taken less seriously than white patients, and serious health issues are often diagnosed later, as was in the case of my mother, who passed in 2019. So this is personal for me. The CDC reports that African Americans ages 18 to 49 are twice as likely to die from heart disease than whites, and African Americans ages 35 to 64 years are 50% more likely to have high blood pressure than whites. They are also more likely to suffer from conditions such as diabetes and strokes at an earlier age, as experiences of racism in healthcare often deter people of color from getting the preventative screenings needed to catch the warning signs of these issues. True racial justice cannot exist while these barriers to health and wellness still exist. The Alaska Black Caucus is committed to ending the silos that keep minority groups from accessing the care they deserve. On June 17th, as part of the big Juneteenth celebration on the Park Strip, the Alaska Black Caucus is organizing the annual health fair portion to help address these issues. We are also pleased to share ABC plans to address the impact of racism in healthcare by maintaining an ongoing space for conversation and training specific to race at the Equity Center. We will continue to operate under the principle that healthcare is a right, not a privilege. Let us all keep that simple yet powerful belief in mind as we recommit to fighting racism wherever we find it and building a better world for all of us. I look forward to seeing the Anchorage Assembly at the Anchorage Chamber and the Alaska Black Caucus make it Monday, Juneteenth luncheon on June 19th. We're thankful for the partnership of the Anchorage Chamber, the Anchorage Assembly, and those businesses that have already purchased tables like Providence Hospital, Chuyak Electric, United Way, GCI, Mayfield Quality Cleaners, the Anchorage School District, Alaska Public Media, Alaska State Troopers, and Agnew Beck Consulting, Inc., Alaska's Children's Trust, and many more. We're looking forward to really building the relationship to help move the needle on racism. And so, again, thank you so much for the resolution, and more importantly, thank you for passing that ordinance, making Juneteenth an official recognized holiday.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge-Grouden. And Mr. Williams is standing up, so we're going to let him finish it out. Please
Thank you.
State your name for the record, and you'll have...
Mr. Chair, life is about epiphanies. Epiphanies, when you have an awareness, an awakening, a woke moment. People in Texas had their woke moment. They thought they were still enslaved. There are many today who think they are enslaved. Harriet Tubman was asked, how many slaves did you free? She said, I don't know. Probably right many of them. I could have saved more had they known they were slaves. When we have an awakening and become aware, we are charged to move, to do something about it. An awakening of Juneteenth and the oppressions of others should cause us to think about current day oppression, whether or not the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission is funded to the ability that it should be to do the job that it is charged to do. That is part of Juneteenth. We can celebrate and have fun as we dance and eat barbecue, but our children cry out for far more. It is our responsibility to give them more. And I thank you on behalf of Charles Powell, God rest his soul, who had a moment when he was talking to Jeanette Johnson, who owns the Crazy Horse, and she said, what do you want for your birthday? And he said, a Juneteenth party. And she said, what is that? And Charles Levy said, what is that? And Cal Williams said, what is that? And we were all told what Juneteenth was. And the following year, 1983, was the first Juneteenth celebration here in Anchorage. Richard Watts, who worked 53 years from box boy to one of the presidents of CARS, Quality Center, provided food at a discount so that we celebrated and had barbecue on the park strip. So thank you on behalf of those who first brought Juneteenth, and thank you on behalf of these young people who are carrying it on.
Before you go, Mr. Williams, or should I say Dr. Williams?
Well, will you tell
Williams.
us, we were talking about
Mr. Bond.
celebrating scholarship, black scholarship, and you recently received an honorary degree from UAA, and I hate to embarrass you, but will you share with us about that? Because I think it's pretty significant.
How that came about?
Yeah.
Why they did that?
And what did they award you with?
I'm not really sure. My grandmother was a nurse, and I told her one day I'm going to be a doctor and we're going to heal the world. And somehow I got it all confused. And they did give me that degree for which I cannot do any surgeries. But it was done because Dr. Ian Hartman, who wrote the book, Black Folks in Alaska, and I collaborated with him in giving him some ideas about people to talk to. I wrote the foreword to the book. He recommended to me recommended to the university, and the chancellor and the regents agreed somehow and announced back in December that I was going to be known as Dr. Calvin E. Williams. But please call me Cal.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You know, one of the things you could do with that degree now is teach at UAA.
I'm sorry?
You could actually teach at UAA with that degree, just so you know. Okay, everybody, thank you for this, and congratulations, and let's have an amazing Juneteenth this year.
Well, thank you, and thank you for, again, this honor.
So next on the agenda, we have item 10A2, Resolution AR 2023-189, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating June 2023 as Pride Month in Anchorage. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera. I didn't catch who seconded that. Ms. Brawley seconded. Who is reading? And oh, wait. I would like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, that item is adopted. Who's reading and who's presenting?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be reading and Ms. Brawley will be presenting.
Thank you.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating June 2023 as Pride Month in Anchorage. Whereas in June 1969, patrons of the Stonewall Inn in New York City, fed up with police harassment of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender persons, resisted police harassment, igniting what has become known as the Stonewall Riots. And whereas the first LGBTQIA2S+ Pride celebrations and parades took place nationally in June 1970 to mark the one-year anniversary of the Stonewall Riots. An Anchorage Solidarity March on City Hall with a handful of brave pioneers took place in 1973. 46 years later, more than 10,000 individuals participated in Anchorage's 2019 Pride events. And whereas the story of Anchorage's LGBTQIA2S+ community is America's story, an integral part of our long, ongoing struggle to realize the American promise of equality under the law and equality of opportunity in our society while protecting and guaranteeing privacy rights. And whereas the 40-year struggle for LGBTQIA2S+ equality under municipal code was finally realized on September 29, 2015, when the Anchorage Assembly approved AO 2015-9S1, which added sexual orientation and gender identity as protected classes under Anchorage Title V Equal Rights. And whereas Anchorage's month-long 2023 Pride celebrations include the Rainbow Run 5K at Delaney Park Strip 6 p.m. on Tuesday, June 20th, the Anchorage Pride Parade at 11:30 a.m. Saturday, June 24th in downtown Anchorage, and Celebrate Pride 23 at the Delaney Park Strip 12 to 5 p.m. on Saturday, June 24th. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and celebrates June 2023 as Pride Month and encourages the Anchorage community to participate in local events celebrating our LGBTQIA2S+ family members, friends, and neighbors, and the rich diversity of the municipality of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly the 6th day of June 2023.
Thank you to the Anchorage Assembly for using government to uplift our community instead of restrict our rights. It is much appreciated and a welcome and refreshing relationship with our local government.
Hi, my name is Sydney. My pronouns are they, them, he, him, and I'm a board member for Identity Alaska and also here to represent the Anchorage Pride Collective, which we are a group of volunteers that are going to be assisting a lot of people throughout this month. I just wanted to bring to light that, yes, this is Pride Month, and throughout the entirety of the year, we need to be supporting LGBTQIA Two-Spirit Plus community members and families. But I also wanted to bring to light that We need to create safe spaces for queer and trans, Black, Indigenous, multiracial peoples of color, whether that's creators, artists, community members, business owners, anyone throughout the community. We have to make sure that we are protecting them and also making sure that they're getting rights, especially for our neurodivergent and disabled queer and trans community members as well. So again, this is Pride Month, but we need to make sure that we're taking care of our most vulnerable, and that also includes LGBT youth and our elderly community members. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Vincent Foyer, president of the Queen's Guard, and it's really weird to be inside the library instead of out in front. I also am here helping to represent Identity as well. Really quick, I wanted to first of all say that's really tough to follow. I'm proud of what Anchorage is doing as a person who resides in the Valley. It's really heart-filling to see what is happening here. It's not everything. We're not where we all should be, but at least Anchorage is helping to lead the way. And resolutions like this help to affirm that. The LGBTQ community has faced so much, and we continue to face it as we see other states passing legislation that harms all of us, including our youth, especially our youth. When we look at intersectionality and we see how issues such as race, finance, economy, access to simple things like care come into play, it's really even more amazing what we have happening here. So for that, I want to say thank you, and please keep it up.
Thank you very much, everybody. So next on the agenda.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
I'm in the queue.
Okay, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for coming here today and sharing. I really much appreciate it. I think it's very exciting that we're getting back into the cycle of having a parade and a festival. I know we've been missing that for a few years, and the sense of community and camaraderie that gives us. If you look at a lot of the discussions that have happened in the last year, especially those regarding trans youth, that's all the proof that I need that Pride, both as an event and as a movement, is still needed in Alaska and around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. I had Ms. Brawley in the queue. Did you take yourself out? All right. Thank you. All right, everybody. Welcome and have a great month and every day. Next on the agenda, we have item 10B1, but before I ask for a motion, there are 3 versions of this now, and so I would like to offer to Mr. Rivera the opportunity to walk us through what those items do so that people can understand, since we haven't had a chance to brief on them.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I had incorporated this into my comments, so I'll just read some of the comments that I had prepared. So I'm just going to stick to the S1 and the S2 version, so I would suggest if any motions are made that it be one of those 2 versions that are put forward. So the S1 version is what I call both of them have the same thing. They narrow down from the 5 proposed campsites in the original version and the S version down to 1 proposed campsite, and I'll talk about that when we get to the debate. But the main difference between the S1 and S2 is that the S1 version is what I call the yes shelter version, meaning that it relies on the existing interpretation of Martin v. Boise that an allowed campsite does count as shelter and will impact abatement. The S2 version is what I call the no shelter version, meaning that it relies on an affirmative policy decision that an allowed campsite does not count as shelter and will not impact abatement. And I made those 2 versions because I know that was a little bit of a point of discussion at the work session, and I wanted to provide both versions for this body to make its policy decision.
Was that it?
Yeah, the other difference is between the original and the S and the S1 and the S2 I'll get into, but that's the main difference between the two, S1 and S2.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Cross, you pull this item?
Yeah, then I would move to approve the S1 version.
Second.
We have a motion to approve the S1 version by Mr. Cross and seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Mr. Cross, would you like to speak to it?
Yes, I like that this one is a lot more broad than the original resolution that we were dealing with the last assembly meeting. I also like that it does support and meet the criteria of the Martin-Boise decision so that we can help transition some people to some safe areas. I think that's important, is that we are taking individuals that might be either in danger themselves or in danger or creating a situation, an unsafe situation for neighbors, and put them and help guide them towards a safe designated area, utilizing the decision, the Martin-Boise decision. Additionally, I like that it doesn't specify a really specific. One thing I do want to make sure that's come, and why I like this one is, I recognize that my district does not have a place that's been located on this, but we have a responsibility to come forward. I want to make sure you understand that my support of this also comes with going back to our Board of Supervisors and saying, we have a place at the table to be a solution to this issue, and that we deserve it to our community to identify spots within our own community. It is not fair, and I think when I talk to my constituents, we recognize that it's not fair for us, that for the homeless people in our neighborhood, it's not fair to send them to other districts, and that we need to have a plan to deal with that. And it's going to be a fierce conversation, and one we'll have on where we're going to do that, and that time has come. So that's why I'm moving on the B1. I'd love to hear other people's thoughts. Thank you.
Ms. Bronga.
I agree with Mr. Cross that I could not support the sanctioned camping with no possibility of abatement. Today, my email, my phone was blowing up with people who could not bike through the tunnel at the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium because homeless camps were totally packed within there. Another neighbor had he found somebody under his shed camping inside a 6-foot cedar fence. And, it's just blowing up in town, and if we were to set up camps and not make people go, then I couldn't be in support of spending the money. I would rather see us get adequate shelter for the fall. I also wanted to, Barbara, is that right now? I wanted to possibly amend this in Section 5, and it says, the Anchorage Assembly supports bringing forward an appropriation for consideration to acquire 30 pallet shelters. And I don't know how much digging you all did.
Point of order.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. So if we're looking at the S1 version, then I think what you're speaking to is actually Section 4, not Section 5. Thank you.
Yes, you're right. Section 4.
Before we move forward, I would say what you should do is make a motion to amend.
I move to amend the S1 in Section 4.
Is there a second?
I'm going to second for the purposes of discussion.
Moved by Ms. Bronga, seconded by Member Volland. Now you have the floor, Ms. Bronga.
So I've had a hard time figuring out the exact cost of these pallets. I've seen $4,500 to $7,500, and I called Anchorage School District Facilities Management. It costs $4,500 to $5,000 to move a relocatable that Anchorage School District has offered. They are 10 times as big as the pallet, so they could be divided into 10 sleeping spaces. If we were to get the 9 that were offered us, I feel like we would be better spending our money that way, and we could make our tiny housing village with relocatables. Students in Anchorage School District use these regularly. I have taught in them many times. They have 2 doors. a fire door and an inside door. Some of them have ramps. There's windows. I feel like they're a perfectly adequate shelter.
So we have a number of people in the queue, but most of them were in the queue for the main motion, so I'm just going to walk through the queue and ask, do you wish to speak to the amendment? Ms. Brawley. Mr. Presverdea.
Main motion.
Mr. Volland.
Main motion.
Ms. Rivera.
Both, please.
Okay, Mr. Rivera, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I appreciate this amendment being brought forward. I will not be supporting the amendment, I think for a couple of reasons. First is I am not sure how well the Anchorage School District relocatable buildings are for long-term usage. I think the idea for the pallet shelters was really to make an investment in some type of asset that would have long-term utility within the community. And I'm just not sure, just based off of what I understand of the Anchorage School District relocatable buildings, if they really have that same kind of long-term utility, whether we would have to deal with all kinds of other issues, sprinkling, egress, ingress, safety, all of the kinds of issues that we wouldn't necessarily have to deal with the pallets. So I would ask that we really stick to the original language in here, which is the 30 pallets, which the dollar figure for the 30 pallet shelters, as, again, if you think of it as a long-term investment, is approximately $380,000.
Thank you. I have then in the queue Mr. Martinez on the main motion or the amendment.
Main motion.
Mr. Johnson.
On the amendment, sort of, it's a little confusing. I was going to suggest my own amendment to this section and the other section that references pallet shelters. A question was raised, brought to my attention today, whether or not this in fact is an appropriate use of a sole source purchase or if it should be put out for an RFP. So my recommendation was going to be to change the language from pallet shelter to temporary structure on an impermanent foundation. Again, I won't claim to have the definitive answer on whether or not we could use sole source here. I do think the pallet shelters sound like a great idea, but I would not want to constrain ourselves to only this option were we to find out that in fact that had to go out to RFP.
So I just want to clarify, the amendment that we have doesn't say pallet shelters, the underlying item. And so your point is germane to both. However, I might want to tune it into the amendment as it is.
Yeah, fair. I guess I will, having stated that, it is my intention to bring another amendment after we resolve this one.
Thank you very much. So, Ms. Branca. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, Mr. Cross.
To the amendment.
Yes.
Yes, I understand Ms. Branca's concern in making sure that we utilize resources that are readily available. I've actually gone out and viewed the ASD portables, and regretfully, I don't think that they could be quickly turned around. Looking at them, having climbed underneath them, looking at the structure, how they're being supported, what has been done to take them out of service, how they've been, electrical components have been removed. They are electric heat in their larger buildings, so the size of electrical service we'll need for them. There's signs of roof leaks in many of them. I know that there's probably a way we could utilize them, but I think that pallet shelters or some other resources we're looking at are much more economically viable, and these will require an extensive amount of labor and alteration in order to function as temporary shelters. So I'm going to vote against, not because I don't appreciate what she's bringing forward, but because I've looked at them, and in my 20 plus years of construction, I don't think that they're our best option. Thank you.
Ms. Branca, you have the floor.
So the original, the specs on a relocatable is that they need to be able to stand up to 90 mile per hour winds, and they have to test out for seismic, or they can't put them out. So maybe we're in a graveyard of ones that have gone beyond those qualifications, but Anchorage School District does not put children in something that is not pretty sturdy. And I just feel like the price at this point, we can get them pulled to a place and service them, which I would say would be better than being out in the rain. even putting their tents within them. But thank you for your information, Mr. Cross.
Next, and
May I respond?
I have
Okay.
Mr.
All
Salt
right.
in the queue, and then you can go. Mr. Salt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will also be against this, and I think it's a great idea. I think it's something we should look at, but it's something that I've seen time and time again. Kind of the enemy of good is great. While the ASD portables might be a good future option, we need something immediately. We know we can pull the trigger on a purchased shelter that we can install quickly, and we can literally have these things placed, ready to occupy 100% in probably a month, where the fear with the ASD portables is we'll go down this road, it'll be engineering, it'll be work to get them moved, work to reallocate the interior of them, and it'll just drag on, and we'll be 3 months down the road, no better than we are off today. So I like the 100% solution with let's look at the ASD portables down the road, and again, as an option maybe for later towards the end of the winter or towards next summer. Thank you.
All right, anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Salt on the amendment.
No.
On a vote of 1 to 10, that amendment has failed. We're now back in the queue on the main motion. The main motion has Ms. Brawley in the queue.
Yes, thank you. Well, first, I appreciate the work that Member Rivera did. It does reflect a lot of what at least I've seen in my inbox and heard in these meetings. While I wish we were having a conversation about the other one, I appreciate this one. I do have a question, so, or just an issue to raise, I guess. I'm not sure who would answer it. So I'm looking at Section 8, and I'm seeing that the allowed campsite would be 50 to 75 individuals. And I understand that the S1, the intent would be that it would allow abatement. So given that we have approximately 700 folks unsheltered right now, this would take care of, approximately 1/10 of that need. So I'm wondering, when there's that 76th person who shows up at the camp, or let's say there's 75 people there, what happens to the 76th person who is in a different location? Can they be abated, and where would they be abated if this camp is full? And again, I'm not sure who to direct that question to. Perhaps the sponsor.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thanks. So I can opine on that as a non-legal entity. So first is, thanks for pointing out the 50 to 75. It appears that there was an error in the drafting, or that something was missed. That's actually supposed to say 30 to 60, and I'll get to that when I speak. But in terms of abatement, my understanding is that if this is to be treated as shelter, once it is full, there will no longer be any shelter beds available, and thus abatement cannot continue, which is the current paradigm we have right now. Once shelter beds are full, you can't abate anymore unless there's some specific exception in code that allows it.
Oh, yeah, just briefly. Thank you for that clarification, and contemplating that scenario makes me more likely to support this.
All right, thank you. Member Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to request a little bit of latitude because I promise I'm going to bring it back around to being germane to the item before us. First, I want to thank members of the Sanctioned Camping Task Force, many of whom are here in the audience tonight, for your hours of volunteering to be on the task force and for your solutions-oriented approach. I sat in on many of those meetings, and I was just very impressed by the engagement, the participation of the community. I have mixed feelings about the item before us tonight, the S1 version, because it is a much more tailored version than the original recommendations that were put forward by the task force. As folks will see, this item takes recommendations at 5 different locations and distills them down to 1. And I just feel like I would be remiss if I didn't point out that the original recommendations as put forward by the task force, that document to me is valuable and novel and bold in that it recommended that nearly all districts be part of a broader solution for addressing homelessness in Anchorage. Fairview and East Downtown and North Star, people forget about North Star, but that corridor has shouldered much of the impacts of homelessness, whether that's unsanctioned camping, which has little to no support other than the outreach funded by the Assembly, 3rd and Ingra, the Chester Creek Greenbelt, Valley of the Moon, Davis Park, and Mountain View, or whether that's shelter, temporary or permanent, Brother Francis at 120 capacity, the Complex Care Facility, Covenant House, the Aviator Hotel, the Sullivan, 500 at its max, the Salvation Army McKinnell House, the Downtown Hope Center, all in North Anchorage. Despite that, Fairview and Downtown still have displayed a compassionate willingness to have skin in the game when it comes to homelessness response. At the most recent Fairview Community Council, there was a near unanimous vote to approve a memorandum of understanding with Brother Francis Shelter as they pursue their shelter licensing requirements. One of my first co-sponsored appropriations when I was elected to this body was to help close the sale of the guest house, which is housing both extremely low income, but also 20 units of permanent supportive housing. To their credit, the leadership of the Fairview and Downtown Community Councils both wrote letters of support, which I was able to attach in a memorandum. So again, they have skin in the game. I appreciate Member Cross's comments tonight, that he recognizes that his district needs to be part of a solution. I also appreciate Member Rivera in the S1 and S2 version, the location that it looks like it's, if this does go through, the location is going to be in his district. It's time for elected officials from various districts in Anchorage, whether they be community council leaders, assembly members, or state legislators, to follow that same example. The NIMBYism has got to stop. Simply telling the Assembly what you don't want in your district and what you don't support is not true leadership, and it's certainly not progressive leadership. Gather your people, bring them along, and work to get buy-in, not on what locations you oppose, but where in your districts you will welcome homelessness services, shelter, and housing. That's the harder thing to do politically. But that's what leadership in Anchorage in our time demands. That being said, the feasibility, as has been discussed both by the administration who was part of the task force. I appreciate Director Brana from Parks and Rec was part of the task force. Alexis Johnson and Michael Hughes from the Anchorage Health Department were engaged in the task force all along the way. We've simply identified that it is not feasible in terms of cost and workforce to implement 5 different locations. But this is the start of a conversation. And again, I want to thank the task force for their work. I will be supporting this item, and what I hope is that we have an opportunity here to really pilot something and see if we can do it well, make it an initial investment, bring all the supports, all the services needed to do this right. So again, I will be supporting this, and I urge my colleagues also to do the same. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next we have Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first off, I just want to thank the task force for your work on the original and the S versions. I think you really did great work, and the proposal you put forward was a bold one that didn't care about the politics of it all and just did what you thought was right, was humane. The S1 and the S2 versions does the prepared by sanctioned camp community task force line in it, because I think this is significantly different, and I didn't want folks to assume that the task force endorsed these new versions. After the work session on Friday, I went back to the drawing board to consider what a politically realistic proposal might look like. The S1 and S2 versions are just that. On their similarities, both versions narrow down the recommendations from 5 allowed campsites to 1 allowed campsite at the old National Archives site for a maximum of 60 people, starting with tents and transitioning to pallet shelters. This site, it also delays the start of the site to something that I think is much more feasible and realistic. I believe July 17th is the new proposed start date. This site is really a pilot. That's how folks should think about it, to see what works, what doesn't work. So come summer of 2024, and really much sooner than that, but by the time we get to summer of 2024, we are in a better position to consider our decisions on allowed camps. Both resolutions also envision a way for us to allow for greater community collaborations to help out at existing unsanctioned encampments. I heard that pretty loud and clear from folks on Friday that we aren't likely to see much change at some of our large encampments this summer, so let's try and do what we can to make life, if it's even incrementally better, for those folks staying at our current encampments. Let's do that. So there are some folks in our community who are already doing that work, who are already organized and engaged at the current encampments. And there are others who are really interested in helping out and who want to figure out a way to engage, but they don't see a way to do that right now. So I want the municipality to be in a position to say yes to our folks in the community who are organizing and who want to help out to make life, again, even if it's a little bit easier for folks staying at the camps. I think it's worth the municipality being engaged in that and in the community effort rather than saying no to the community effort. We really should be saying yes and help that happen. So that covers the resolution for the most part. I just have a couple of closing comments before I make an amendment. So here's the point of it all, I think, for folks to recognize. We know that there's a place in our system, in the homelessness prevention response system, for allowed camps as a stopgap, transitional measure. In a perfectly healthy system, I think we would already have these allowed encampments up and running. But that's not where we are right now. We don't have a perfectly healthy system. Those allowed encampments don't exist. So right now, we have what a lot of people are calling chaos, what a lot of people are calling a humanitarian issue on our streets. So the policy decision that we have before us isn't as extensive as the one that we discussed on Friday, which I think would have taken out a huge bite out of that chaos, I think. But what we have before us is just simply baby steps. It will allow us to stand something up that is realistic, feasible, and timely. And I know that this is something that we can do. We can do this, with this proposal that we have before us, right. We just need the political will to take 2 small steps forward, trust each other, and hold each other accountable as we implement this pilot program. At the end of the day, there's a lot of other work that also needs to get done, including setting up shelter by the end of the year, getting people into the housing units coming online this summer, because housing is the solution to homelessness. So this is just a small piece of the equation, but it's an important one, and I urge your yes vote. With that, I do have an amendment, move to amend page 5, line 16 of the S1 version, from 50 to 75 individuals to 30 to 60 individuals.
We have
page 5, line 16 of the S1 version.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Mr. Rivera.
Thanks, and I just also want to recognize, so there are different versions in the packet that folks have. So there's the S1 markup version, and then there's the S1 clean version. I think for the purposes of amendments, we should be working off of the S1 markup version, not the clean version. The clean version is just an example. These pallet shelters have 2 beds in them, so 30 to 60 is a more accurate number than 50 to 75. 50 to 75 was the old version. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I have members in the queue for the main motion, but I'll roll through them. Mr. Martinez, you wish to speak to the amendment? Mr. Salt, do you wish to speak to the amendment?
I will speak to the main motion. Thank you.
Mr. Johnston? Mr. Johnson?
Main motion.
Ms. Bronga?
Main motion.
Mr. Presverdia? Anyone else? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anybody. Mr. Vice Chair.
Member Constant, you are recognized.
I just want to say I'm not confident reducing the item to 60 from 75 will actually help. I think that number 50 to 75, if you go out there, went out there a week ago, was well in excess of that, and so, or pretty close. Anyhow, for whatever that's worth, thank you. Members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Salt, on the Rivera amendment?
Yes.
On a vote of 8-3, the amendment passes. Back on the main motion, we have Mr. Salt in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first, I attended majority of the task force meetings and just want to put a big thanks out to Member Rivera as well as the task force members on the open and honest communications and all the hard work that they did in the task force. And it's a lot of good work. I think it's probably more that we can chew on this summer. But it definitely starts the foundation of what I think will be an excellent plan for the camps that we will have next summer, and really lays out what we can get started early. And instead of having to mitigate and move the homeless to these camps, I think we can make it an attractive place for them to come to. So big thanks to them on that work. As far as I agree, South Anchorage doesn't have any camps, just like Ink River. I've definitely tried to avoid the NIMBY attitude since we all own this as a municipality. And one lesson I learned out of this is definitely how shelters are rolled out. I understood the language that was in the initial resolution, primarily around the Academy Drive location. And as I explained that to many residents in South Anchorage, I think they understood that it wasn't a Sullivan-style arena, and understood the clients that were left at the Sullivan till the end of May, and gave examples such as the Sockeye Inn. And I think people became more comfortable with that notion. So it's definitely an education, and how we roll things out matters. And being accurate in the description and providing information can really help quell fears. And it sticks to the guiding principles that I have adopted are would I live there and would I have it next to me. So I also want to add that South Anchorage Community Councils are meeting on Tuesday afternoon to start the work of selecting a South Anchorage location for shelter. So I hope we get good work out of that, and I think the community sees as well that we need to participate in this process. And then last thing, just again, as I've always said, we need to take action. Winter is coming, and I personally cannot support going back to the Sullivan just due to respect for the residents that live near the Sullivan and residents of Fairview, and the suffering they've done the last couple of years is is just not justifiable any longer, and we need to find a better solution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Next in the queue, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I first wanted to start off by thanking the members of the task force. Public processes are not easy. Your time is valuable, and I want you to know that I appreciate your work. I also wanted to shout out Member Rivera, holding the line, standing in the gap, and bringing a level of professionalism that I really deeply appreciate, as is evidenced by the multiple edits and different versions and really listening. And that's to be commended, and it's very, very much appreciated from my perspective. With respect to this item, I deeply appreciate the comments that Member Cross mentioned earlier. And I appreciate it because the way I think we combat NIMBYism is with clarity. I think clear definitions, I think clear pictures, a vision help to create an opportunity. When we say pilot program, the concept of a pilot is that others could see something working, and then we can scale. And I really think it's important that this particular piece of legislation has been, I wouldn't call it widowed down, but I would call it more cleverly focused into a space that I think is well aligned to an idea of some best practices that we need to define in code, but also the idea of holding the line of the quality of life that the people in our communities are looking forward to. Those two balances require that we help the public build trust by showing something that can work. We all know what's not working, it's self-evident. What will work is very difficult to quantify without proof. And so the idea that to try to prove out 5 or 6 experiments or pilots at the same time, I think was very, very challenging and attempted to possibly do too much. But it spoke to the need. So I don't want us to lose the need because we may have an immediate step toward the direction that we need to head in. So I will support this S1 version. I deeply appreciate the work that was put into crafting it into a way that helps us have a clearer picture of what is possible. And I do also want to just speak to the idea that why I shouted out Mr. Cross, because what works, I think a uniform approach is a better approach, and one of the challenges that I heard from people when we saw the first sites were, what is the rubric of site selection? How do we know what site is a better site, and what does this site, for example, that is an open space, why does it match with a wooded site? And so there were some challenges that I think we were running into, this process was running into, that I think this really clears up a perspective of a starting point, a vision that I think we're going to be working toward with increasing over the next few weeks, and I'm excited about the changes, and again, I just respect the professionalism that people put into this effort. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Member Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this resolution. I'll say it's bittersweet, having been to, I think, most, if not all, the task force meetings, because this is far more limited in scope than what was originally put forward. And the folks on the task force, I have just tremendous respect for the work you did, not just for the commitment of your time, but to have the courage to step up and participate. And the conversations were difficult, and I think everyone on the task force could probably point to things that they ultimately did not like about this resolution and things that they did. And people had the guts to work collaboratively on it and come up with what they felt like was a meaningful step forward. I do agree that I think it is reasonable to accept something more limited in scope, just in terms of what can we actually accomplish this summer, and hopefully use it as a springboard towards a better model going forward. So for those on the task force who may be disappointed to see just one site instead of 5 or 6 put forward, I would like to say that I think that you have laid a good foundation for us to continue the conversation and continue to do the work here to come up with a better model going forward. So just I want to tell you how much I appreciate and respect what you've done. And I'd also like to touch on Member Vollin's comments that this really is a Anchorage problem. It is not constrained to simply 1 or 2 or 3 districts. And that if we want to solve this, we need to act as one community. I have heard a lot of comments, certainly as I think everyone else has, and a lot of them have been specific to proposals within my district. And while I don't expect people to support every proposal, the fact is we need to work, both at the city level and within South Anchorage to come up with something that we can offer. I had a supervisor some years ago who I respected very much who said, don't come to me with a problem unless you're also going to offer a solution. And so that's the challenge I would put forward to our community members. If you have a concern about a specific idea, offer something else up. And don't just tell me that this is something for Midtown or North Anchorage to deal with. We need to be a part of this conversation as well. And so I respect his comments, and I challenge South Anchorage and my community to be a part of a constructive path forward. Finally, I guess I would like to offer an amendment to the resolution. And if I may, I would like to amend, I think the clerk has language, but amend Section 4 and Section 8. And in essence, what I'd like to do is where it says pallet shelters, to replace that with temporary structures on impermanent foundations. It was a concern that was brought to me just today that perhaps we may not be able to sole source this. And had I more time, I think I would have made the effort to get a definitive answer to this question before having to bring it up on the floor here.
Can I interrupt you just for a second? Is there anyone willing to second that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, so it's moved by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Go ahead, sorry to interrupt.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. We're learning here. Yep. Yeah, the question was whether or not we could sole source this, and I wish I had an answer to that. And I would say if it is determined that we can sole source this, then I support the acquisition of pallet shelters. I think it's a novel approach, and I am pretty enthusiastic about it. But if it is determined that this has to go out for an RFP, I would not want to constrain ourselves to where essentially we could not explore other options if necessary. So I simply want to give ourselves a little bit more flexibility if in fact we have to go through the RFP process.
All right, so we have an amendment on the floor. I have members in the queue. I'll run through them and then ask if anyone else wishes to speak to the amendment. Ms. Bronca?
To the main amendment.
Mr. Presverdia?
Main amendment, or sorry, main issue.
Member Walland?
Both.
Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So maybe we could ask the question, and I don't know if either the municipal attorney or assembly council are prepared to answer this, so sorry for putting you on the spot, and if you don't know, you don't know, and that's totally okay. Do you see an issue with this going out as an RF, or rather as a sole source for a certain manufacturer of these relocatable tiny homes named in the document as pallet shelter?
I'm sorry, Ms. Hauser and I are conferring a little bit because the answer is not really certain, or I think a lot might depend on context. There's parameters for when you can use source procurement in a code, and that's often when the product's unique, such as there's very limited, I guess, businesses or sources for that product or service that you're procuring. And I guess here, it's difficult to say when we don't know a lot about the industry overall and whether there's other products where you can describe, I guess, the way you might describe this company's product, pallet shelter, as, something on a pallet that you can set up within an hour. Maybe there's 10 products out there on the market, so I don't know. I don't think it's a problem, though, because we have done this. The Assembly has done this in the past in some resolutions and ordinances it's adopted where it's identified a very specific product or service it wanted and specified sole sourcing. So it's not unprecedented.
Can I ask one follow-up? if it's okay, could I ask Mr. Johnson, was it, who alerted you to this? Was it a member, and if it's a member of the public, you don't have to name them, but was it a member of the public, or was it a department head, or was it Department of Law, or where did that kind of raise the alarm for you?
It was a member of public, and like I said, I honestly do not have, nor would I speculate as to the answer whether this could be sole source or RFP. I just want to give us the option if we need it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have Ms. Brawley in the queue for the main motion. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the intent of this amendment. For me, here are the facts that we know. We know that there are 130 pallet shelters that are built, available, and on a shelf in Washington, if we so desired to move forward with it. If we do this as a compete, then we're not going to get any pallet shelters or anything comparable this summer, right? That's delaying it until summer of 2024, because we simply don't know, one, if there are other competitors who have a similar product, and if they have any actual product available for us, and how long the lead time might be to construct and prepare such product. And I guess I am left thinking I am open to going through a competitive process in the future, but if we want to get something that's up and running for this summer, then I think this is the way to go. Let's go through the process to a more robust RFP process for summer of 2024. But I think this is the most viable for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Mr. Cross.
I agree with what Mr. Johnson's trying to do, because you say there's 100 on the shelf. Say someone comes in tomorrow and buys a bunch of them, we end up being short. So I'm trying to figure out what that would look like. That gives us the malleability to be able to sole source contract what we can, but if they come short on the order, or there's complications and we need to get them, we can shift gears and provide a smaller increment in a different direction to acquire other structures if necessary. So, you know, I'm just, what I think Mr. Johnson's getting at is if we just identify one contractor, one distributor, and they're the only ones that we can pick up these, and for whatever reason they can't fulfill the order, but someone else can, how within Section 4 do we give purchasing the malleability to bring forward as that proposal? But if they don't think that's an issue, then don't change it. But if there's something we can do to put verbiage in there that gives them that ability to seek another distributor, provided the first one can't fulfill their responsibilities, then I think we can handle that. Thank you.
Member Constant, you are recognized.
Thank you. So I am in support of the amendment. It could be an RFP, it could be an RFI, it could be an RFQ, it could be a short solicitation process, a week long. Where I gain concern is when we're naming vendors and not allowing some broader net to be cast, we don't know what we're missing, and we shortchange the process. And purchasing can take a lot of time, or I think it can be pretty flexible. We found ourselves in an interesting spot when a sprung tent was proposed and put in front of us. As soon as there was a drive and the sprung tent was the plan, we found Alaskan companies that were ready to go and ready to bid, but were no longer available or eligible because the ship had sailed. And so for me, I think giving a week or two to provide some opportunity for others to speak up would be wise. And if in fact this is the best plan, it will rise up out of the din, and it will be the one. And so I think that this is a wise amendment. And it's not to postpone till next year. It's just to provide just enough time to understand. I'm uncomfortable when we go naming vendors for products in our legislation. It's not something that makes me feel really comfortable at all. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Helzer.
Through the chair, I just wanted to offer a possible solution that we could have both. We could say pallet shelters or temporary structures on an impermanent foundation. I will not make that amendment, but just so that if you want to include all the possibilities, you could suggest a combination of the two.
So, Mr. Bolland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask a question for the purchasing director, who's here tonight, if you don't mind. While on the subject of purchasing. Yes, Ms. Alger, thanks for being here.
The mic is off.
Push it again. There you go, you got it. So if this goes out in some form of competitive bid, what's the quickest that we can make this happen? And what do you think is a realistic timeline?
If it were to go out through an ITB or an RFP, the code requirement is 2 weeks. I'd like it to go that 2 full weeks to fruition. My team, if they're listening, please don't beat me up tomorrow, but we will get it up to the front of the pile. So we will expedite that. So that'll shorten our timeline so that, right now we're about 3 or 4 weeks out before a new RFP, but we'll dovetail that into to the front so that we can limit that.
Okay, I appreciate that very much. Thank you. And I think with that answer, our goal to get this up by July 17th, if it's pushed back by a couple weeks, I think that'd be unfortunate, but I think hearing that from our Director of Purchasing, that I'm going to support the amendment. Thank you.
Sure. Through the chair, can I make one clarification?
Would you like to clarify anything?
I do. I just want to say, I heard the term RFI. These types of solicitations cannot be done through an RFI, and I just want everybody to understand that that can't happen. An RFI is just for information. It's not a commitment, so.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Right, and I wasn't looking for a commitment just to know if there are other vendors out there, but that's okay. But there was a proposed suggestion for an amendment from the municipal attorney that suggested, instead of simply striking pallet shelters, to say pallet shelters or temporary structures, which could allow some flexibility but add just a little bit of time. I don't know if that's something that's amenable to the mover and the seconder.
I appreciate Ms. Helzer's efforts here, but I do not think it's necessary. Temporary shelter structure is inclusive of pallet shelters, so I don't think we're constraining ourselves, but it allows us to avoid any complications of suggesting a specific product.
Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think given the discussion that we have had and the assurance from the purchasing director, as long as we move quickly, I'm okay supporting this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, seeing and hearing no one, the members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, that amendment has passed the body. Next, we have the main motion before us. In the queue, I have Ms. Braga.
Hi, I was wondering, I probably should have got in, Mr. Constant, when you were fearful of the 30 to 60. But I was wanting to amend, if anyone would allow me a moment or a second on another amendment.
Just briefly describe it.
Okay, to make a pallet village and one camp.
So that's the gist of the amendment. Is there a second?
You have your camp, but then you get a separate pallet village, so 2 things happen. Okay, that's all right.
All right, so there's no second to that. And so do you have anything else for the queue?
No,
All right.
that's good.
I'm guessing there will be plenty of opportunity in the future to come up with that proposal. Mr. Presvedia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's see, where do I begin? Okay, I'd like to start with, first I would like to start with the thank yous, and I genuinely do mean this. I thank you, Mr. Rivera, for all your work on this. It's It's important that we engage our community in these kinds of conversations, and your voice has been heard and is important to us. And thank you to all the committee members for the time and the effort and the energy that you put into this. It's valuable. It's something that will help us tremendously moving forward, regardless if it's in the short term or the long term. The next thing I want to do is just, I'm a little bit confused about something, and I'm wondering if Mr. Gates can help me in what a resolution is. Because as I read this, we're talking about what we're going to do. We're going to sole source something, we're going to purchase something, we're going to do these things. And when you use the word we, I'm confused. The Assembly doesn't normally do those things. Those are things usually are done by the administration. And this resolution, it says simply that the Assembly supports a plan, not implements, not funds, none of that. Earlier I heard someone say we're putting in policy. And so I'm confused about what we're doing here. At every single section, it starts with something like supports. We support this, we support that. So Mr. Gates, if you can explain to me, if this was passed, does this establish policy? Does this allocate funding? And does this compel the administration to do anything?
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdier. I'll try to keep it short. I think a resolution can be an expression of the Assembly's policy or its intent or position. Sometimes, depending on context, it can effectuate a person's rights, like special land use permits are done by resolution. But here in this context, what it says, I think, is setting out, I guess, the policy or intention of the Assembly, legislative intention for these things to be done the way they're stated here. And so you're asking, does it doesn't do an appropriation.
It does not fund anything, correct?
Not that I can see throughout this document. It does have a lot of expression about things that would need funding, and it could be from within departments' existing budgets or might need additional appropriation. So on implementation from the administration side, maybe they'll request an appropriation in order to accomplish some of these things. Maybe they'll do nothing. So like you said, this does express the Assembly's will and intentions and what the municipality as a whole should be doing.
So just want to clarify, this expresses what the Assembly wants to have happen or wishes. Does this compel the administration to do anything? If they do nothing, is that in violation of this?
When you say in violation of this, well,
this resolution,
yes, I think you could say that. But does it violate law? I don't think you could say that.
Okay. Thank you. And then my next question is for the administration. If this was passed today in its current form, would you implement this immediately?
Mayor Bronson, you're recognized.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Chair. President, for the question, I just a real quick in response to your question directly. When we came out on February 15th, we proposed sanction camps, and we were resoundingly turned down by the Assembly on that. We had time then to stand up one or maybe two or three. Alexis could have to. It's the volume of camps that's the problem. We set up a campground last year, which is what we're talking about here, in a prepared site with water, electricity, Wi-Fi, and all, and it was a Herculean task for two departments. And now we add in, and I think maybe Courtney, if she's on the bridge, or Alexis can speak, there's the problem comes down to money. There's no money left to do a lot of this. I support this, but we got to look at the money now. And I'm silent on this because, you know, Felix and I met yesterday. I had some changes on language. Felix made the changes. The word sanction it can be legally problematic for the municipality. I really appreciate that. So, but we got to look, we just got this, we got to look at the details and the money, but I support the notion of sanctioned camps. I proposed it in February. So I just don't, we can't call them sanctioned camps for legal reasons. That's just good judgment. So I hope that answers it. We got to find the money. So and Courtney's going to look for the money. So we're just waiting for you guys to decide something, and then we'll Kent or Colby will find a way to execute as best as we can.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I appreciate that. I don't think it answered my question, which was, will you or can you implement this? And I'm hearing the answer is no, but...
No, I will if I can.
You will if you can.
It's a money, break it down, I think it's not the worst idea. I still believe in a shelter, obviously. But because I'm worried about winter, I'm not really concerned about 60 degrees in summertime. We passed that window of dealing with this, I think. But for next summer, certainly, sanction camps seem to be working. We're watching what Mayor Wheeler's doing in Portland. He's making some really big changes. We kind of like what we're seeing down there. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel, just trying to find best practice. This seems to fall within that envelope, but show me the money.
Okay. But Mr. Chair, just a final comment, and then I'll cede my time. So I think it's important that we recognize that a resolution essentially is a recommendation. It's voicing what we hope to happen. It's not compelling the administration to do this. It's not allocating funding. It's not establishing a policy that necessarily is something that they're held to. I don't believe it is anyway. And so what I believe we need, and I think we have, is a comprehensive plan to address homelessness. We have the Anchored Home Plan. And through that, we are looking at trying to develop housing and outreach and services in a variety of ways. And I really do believe that sanction camps can and probably should be a part of that plan. And so if this is simply a communication from the Assembly to the administration to say, we want you to seriously consider this, we want you to think about this, and try to do it to the degree that you can, then I'm certainly in favor of it. If they can make it happen, if they can find the money, if they can put it together, great. I think the bigger issue for me is that this is one piece of a much larger plan. And I think it's difficult to have these conversations in bits, because right now there's a lot of things going on, and I mentioned this in the work session. You know, the housing work that we're doing, the outreach work that we're doing, all of that work, and planning for winter and getting ready for what we're going to do to make sure that everyone's safe there. So just to wrap up, this is not an allocation of resources. This is not an establishment of something that the administration must do. It's simply a communication from the Assembly to what we hope and want them to consider. And in that case, if that's really all it is, then I'm certainly in favor of that. I think that it's something that they should be considering as a part of a lot larger plan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I have made the mistake of allowing our time for this debate to exceed. It was over 2 minutes ago. And so I think that the motion would be to suspend the rules if members would like to make it so we can continue the debate.
Suspend the rules to extend the debate on this item for another 15 minutes.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Mr. Rivera and a second by Ms. Brawley. And the motion, it's kind of two motions, to suspend the rules and to continue debate for 15 minutes. And this motion would take 8 votes because the motion to suspend the rule takes a supermajority.
Mr. Solt? How do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I've been not calling on the youth member. Motion to extend the debate. He votes yes. try to get in that practice. The motion passes 10-1. We have 15 more minutes. Next in the queue, Member Volland.
Well, I'll go quick. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, what the mayor brought up about this idea originally being put forward by the administration is true. And when this was brought to our Committee on Housing and Homelessness in February, Michael Hughes, who works for the Health Department, is here. Alexis Johnson, our homeless coordinator, they sat where the administration is sitting now. And I want to apologize to you both because you had a presentation ready to go and wanted to think outside of the box, wanted to be creative. Michael did a lot of research on the concept of sanctioned camping and looking at where it was being done successfully and unsuccessfully in other jurisdictions. The Assembly, we were a little bit reactionary, in my view. I'm not going to say that that's without cause because of what happened in the past. But I think I'll just note that conversations like this do take a little bit of time and they have to evolve, and it's hard to get a lot of people on the same page. So anyway, for what it's worth, I'm glad that we moved the conversation forward, even though it was a little painful on the front end. And again, I appreciate both of your involvement in the task force meetings. And I thank the mayor for allowing you to participate, as well as other members of his administration. So thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to add a couple things that I haven't heard said yet in the discussion this evening. First is that abatement is traumatic. It sets people living unsheltered outside back from being in a place where they can think not just about right now, but about tomorrow. So I just want to be clear, that is what abatement of camps means. I understand the community's concerns about the impacts of people living unsheltered in our parks and public lands and the harms that this creates. But I agree that this is not a good situation that we're in right now. But abatement as a policy is costly and harmful and is contrary to the goal of helping people stabilize so that they can focus beyond today. So again, I want to say that I know there is a lot of interest in dealing with the issues on our public lands and our parks, but I also want to recognize that it has a cost for individuals, and it is contrary, again, to the goal of helping people get off the street and into another situation. So I want to say again, I have concerns about this being a pretext to justify further abatements, even with the limited capacity of this one site. That doesn't mean I don't support this or I don't agree with the direction that it's moving, but I want that to be said. And thank you. I want to thank Member Volland and others who spoke tonight for elevating the need in our community to focus on solutions. I think we're here right now without a low barrier shelter, without the housing that we need, without a plan for this coming winter yet, because of our long history of saying no as a community. And I've witnessed that at least the time that I've lived here. We've said no to shelter, we've said no to individual housing projects, we've said no to land use and code changes that have had the potential to increase our housing supply. So I see this process as a test balloon for our community. I think that we are going to be discussing these other things, housing, shelter, land use code changes this summer, and we're going to have some big decisions to make. So I hope that folks can recognize that what we have right now is not working, and that we need to learn from this to continue to focus on what is feasible regardless of the solution, and then to find those solutions. And I'm looking forward to discussing permanent solutions, but I also appreciate that we need to do better than we're doing right now. Thanks.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you. I had a question, but first, it ripples my ulcers to think that ideas were suggested so long ago and that the work to begin to move things forward from even so far back in February, as was described by the mayor, it really ruffles me in a way that that agitates my spirit, because as stewards of the code, we operate within code. So I have my question, which is, tonight we heard that sanctioned was replaced with allowed for some definition of a legal reason. Can you explain that today, what that definition shift is, and why is it today when the idea was originally brought so long ago to the administration?
Through the chair, Mr. Martinez, this was done in an abundance of caution because this comes up, it came upon us so quickly after February 15th, we'd kind of put this notion away and we're compelled to move on to other things. The notion of sanctioned camps, when we say sanctioned, that means something, and it means that we could or very likely incur a liability if something bad were to happen in the camp. We have to understand the physics of this. People are going to go where people are going to go. And we're not herding them around. We have the opportunity to say on occasion where you can't be, but we can't force people to go anywhere. So anyway, so they're going to be where they're going to be. If we just put the word sanctioned in there, we're increasing our risk that now if there's violence, if there's something goes on, we just say we're just kind of allowing a camp to be there, and it's not on the municipal. I'm trying to protect the Treasury here from, say, a lawsuit or something going forward. It might be a thin defense, but I think after Felix and I spoke, I thought it was a good idea to make language that could possibly in the future limit liability for the municipality, and that's really all that is. The other thing I might add, Mr. Chair, is that Courtney's on the bridge. If you need to ask questions on the financing, I think she's willing to sound off on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I don't think we have an appropriation item before us, so we'll hold for now because we're running out of time. But it's good to know she's here, especially for items coming up. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you. I just wanted to add a couple of things I left off. I wanted to just be clear about, I think after the work session, there was some news about my being in opposition of sanction caps. I want to be very clear that that's not true, that I do not oppose sanction camps. I think that they're part of a mix that needs to be considered for our community. I want to be very clear about what we're voting for. We're voting for a communication to the administration to consider sanction camps. That's what we're doing. We are not creating anything, we're not establishing anything, or not funding anything. We're simply communicating to the administration, this is something we would like you to seriously consider putting in place. And it's their choice as to whether they do it or not. And so because I do not believe that with this administration it's possible to actually do the kind of sanctioned camps that we need this summer, I wish it was. I really wish it was, but I don't believe it's possible. I'm going to vote for this because it's simply a communication. It's saying, hey, give this a shot, see if you can make it happen, and if you can, great. But I will just want to speak the truth, and I think what we've seen in the last allowed camp was it was a disaster. And so I want to make sure that we're communicating clearly, but also doing things that are realistic. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the dialogue on this. And, you know, as folks may remember, the Assembly approved a resolution supporting the plan put forward by the facilitated collaborative process in 2021. But we didn't fund the plan when we approved that resolution. Passing that resolution gave the green light to move forward. The Assembly approved a resolution supporting an emergency cold weather shelter plan in 2022, but we didn't fund the plan in that resolution. That came in a separate item. So as I said at the last work session on Friday, this is our first step in a longer process, which is why the start date is delayed until mid-July, realizing it is going to be a little bit of a longer process. But until we approve this today and say this is the direction that we want to go, a lot of the other work just isn't going to happen. To truth this resolution, to find the funding, to bring forward our ordinances, to do that work. So I want to echo my thanks to the Anchorage Health Department for your research on this topic, because I think it's going to make the work a little bit easier because we have that breadth of knowledge and research within the Health Department. And I think it's really been valuable to the task force. I just want to end with repeating a former comment that, we have a lot of work to do. And assuming this is approved, it's going to take a lot of work to make it happen. We need to make a community decision on shelter, and I look forward to continuing to lead on that issue. We We have to come up with a plan for next winter, even though last winter doesn't want to go away, so that more people don't die on our streets like happened this last year. So I've heard a lot of folks, wave around this idea that all we're doing is talking, and I say no. We are taking action. We have taken action. We will continue to take action. But that takes a process. That takes discussion with our community, and it takes the will to make it happen. And I heard today pretty clearly from all the parties that there is the will. We just need to make it happen. And I look forward to helping and working with the administration to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bronson.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple point of order, and I'd have to say I'd take issue with the statement that we couldn't get this done if we wanted to. I'm just here to tell you if this team can't do it, it can't be done, plain and simple. And the notion that the campground was a humanitarian crisis, as was alluded to on Centennial Campground. The operators that were there praised that operation because we got everyone in one spot where we could then get them IDs, get them treatment. And that was in a prepared campground, by the way. And just for the record, we operated it for 90 days and we placed 122 people into permanent supportive housing. I don't think any other operation in this city has had that success. And that includes repatriating 7 people with free airline tickets that wanted to go back to the lower 48 because we paid for their tickets and we got them the IDs through DMV and Bureau of Indian Affairs. So I just want to clarify the record on that.
So in your testimony, you said you had a point of order, but I think you just had testimony. Is that right?
If that's what you want to call it, but a point of order is to a statement of not factual. Yes.
Yeah, point of order is when you believe a rule has been broken, but I think you were fine to testify. You have a right. Okay, so we have just a couple minutes left.
Mr. Chair, you're recognized.
Thank you, and I appreciate all of this work, Mr. Rivera. You are a champion to the workforce, the task force. My threshold question was never answered sufficiently for myself. I'm only one vote, and I'm certain to be outvoted. I believe that a sanction camp is a waving of a white flag of failure. We should be working on our permanent shelter. We should be working on housing. $10 to every $1 we invest in shelter. And so every dollar we're investing in the camp is a dollar we're not investing in the shelter, is $10 we're not investing in the housing intervention that's actually going to fix this problem for us. And so that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
And as we are out of time, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 9 to 2, AR 2023-188 S1 as amended has passed the body. Next, we will move on to item 10D2.
Move to approve.
Hold on. 10D2, AM 437-2023, Anchorage Women's Commission. Now, what's the will of the body? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Mayor Bronson moves to approve. Member Walland seconds. There is an amendment to this.
Yes, there is an amendment. It's an administrative issue, and Mr. Byrd would like to address that for you.
Through the chair, this is a floor amendment that's been proposed. One of the Assembly staffers, Ms. Ross, pointed out that we had an incorrect typo, so we've corrected that, and the floor amendment amends the former end of the term from 2014 to 2024, so that's the purpose of the amendment. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Move to correct.
Is that a move to amend?
Move to amend.
Second.
Member Cross moves to amend, Mayor Bronson seconds. So the amendment is in your packet if you haven't seen it. Mr. Rivera?
I am on the main motion. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have an amendment. The amendment changes the date from 10/14/2014 to 10/14/2024. Is there any objection to this amendment? Hearing and seeing none, this item is adopted by unanimous consent. Now before us, we have AM 437-2023 as amended. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't have any issues with these appointments, and I'll be supporting it. I did have an issue, though, with one of the characterizations made in one of the resumes in which they named the commission as the Mayor's Women's Commission. None of the commissions that we appoint individuals to are the mayor's commissions, nor are they the assembly's commissions. All of our commissions provide advice to the mayor and the assembly. And so I just want to make sure that that is clear to all of our new commissioners, because we've got a lot of new commissioners and board members, and I hope that that is being clearly communicated by the administration. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Solt, how do you vote?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, AM 437-2023 as amended has passed the body. Next we have item 10D3, AM 438-2023 Budget Advisory Commission. Ms. Brawley?
Yes, move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Member Volland. Ms. Brawley?
Yes, thank you. I pulled this mainly to ask a brief question, and I will say I have no issues with the appointee, but I was also curious on the subject of appointments in general. I'm aware of at least a couple current members who have submitted for reappointment, and I believe their terms end June 30th, so I just wanted to ask the administration, I believe it would be Mr. Byrd, the status of generally filling all of the BAC seats. Thank you.
Through the chair to Member Brawley, thank you for the question. Yes, we are aware that the Budget Advisory Commission will have empty seats, including Member Brawley, your former seat. We are moving with all possible dispatch while at the same time following our process, which I've gone through before. So we're aware of the reappointments. We've discussed that with Courtney Peterson, who staffs that for the Budget Advisory Commission, and I would expect that tomorrow, by the OnBase deadline, you'll see more Budget Advisory Commission appointees put forward by the administration.
Okay, thank you. No follow-up. I just appreciate your attention to that matter.
Anyone else wish to speak to this item? I'll just note that this is a former commissioner of the Department of Transportation, another very experienced individual. Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, AM 438-2023 has passed the body. Next, before us, we have item 10D5, AM 440-2023, Public Safety Advisory Commission. What's the will of the body? Actually, this one was pulled by Mr. Solt. Mr. Solt, what would you like to do?
So this was pulled on behalf of the administration, so I'll let the administration speak to it. Thank you.
We need a motion. Do you want to move to approve?
Sorry, move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Solt, seconded by Mr. Cross. This is another item we have an amendment for. Mr. Byrd, do you wish to speak to the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Member Salt and all inquiring persons. Again, Ms. Ross for the Assembly pointed out that we did not have the correct staggering in this commission, so this floor amendment amends what was previously a uniform termination date, and now the 3-year staggering, which would be required for this board, is properly seen to in the floor amendment, so that's why it's being presented. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there a motion for the amendment?
Move to amend.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Cross, seconded by Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaking on this amendment, I would encourage my colleagues to not approve this and for us to postpone this item to give us a chance to review the staggering and also to review the credentials of all of the candidates that are being put forward for this commission. I think we need more time to review the staggering and to see whether it's something that is appropriate or not. I don't really appreciate this coming on the floor, as it's an issue that's been standing for a while. So I would prefer that we vote this down and postpone this item to give us more time to review it. Thank you.
Mr. Cross?
Yeah, my questions to the administration, would you be open to a work session to discuss the qualifications of these individuals?
Through the chair, my understanding is that Member Cross is asking for a work session for the qualifications of the individuals, but the amendment that's currently being debated is regarding the staggering. We'll show up to whatever work session you like, Member Cross, and we think they're qualified individuals. We can defend it now or defend it later. We followed the floor amendment procedure because it was suggested to us by Assembly members who pointed out that the staggering was incorrect. So we're happy to do whatever. We just want to get these folks appointed and get the boards filled, which I think is a shared goal of the Assembly and the administration.
Thank you.
Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I suppose I can be supportive of the effort to postpone this. I don't really know how much time it would really take to figure out the staggering, but if we do postpone it by one meeting, we do have a Public Safety Committee meeting coming up, I believe, tomorrow. So I'm wondering if this is something that the committee can take up, because again, I don't know how long it would really take to figure that out. Thank you.
Member Constant, you're recognized.
Thank you. There's two questions that seem to be circulating. One is the time of their terms, and one is the qualifications of the individuals. And I can attest that the time of the terms as corrected was fixed and set by our staff, who reviewed them and found that there was an error and requested a correction. And so I would argue that the term times are, practically speaking, reviewed and kind of in place. The only reason it's done by amendment and not S version is because a deadline kind of was missed by just a few minutes. And so instead of using the S version, which would have been the standard way to fix it, we just have a floor amendment. So practically speaking, I think we have two questions, and we can postpone now, or we can take this vote and then take up the question of qualifications.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you. No, I appreciate knowing that, and knowing that was done in collaboration with Legislative Services. I'm fine in accepting it as is, and I think in terms of the qualification of this person, I think that my challenge at this point is being able to go through these folks and really have an opportunity to review it, and I just honestly have not fully had the chance to do that. So I'm not feeling prepared to vote, but if my colleagues are, I'm certainly willing to go along with that. So those are the two items I had regarding the terms and just an opportunity to review more in depth the qualifications of these members, because it's quite a few folks. Thanks.
So I'd say let's tackle the question of terms now. This is the vote before us. The amendment is before us. Anyone else? Oh, Mr. Bronson, Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to add one thing. These names have been here as to the qualification issue. They've been available, I'm told, to the Assembly for 3 weeks. 2 weeks. And we're just, for planning purposes, because this is a big job that goes on year after year, all year long, how many weeks do you need with these names to do the review? And that's just administrative, how we function here.
So let's take the question of qualifications up after we get through the question of the terms. So anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, that item has been amended. The terms are corrected. Now we have the question before us, Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to note that just a little bit of a correction on the timeline here. So the Assembly gets a preliminary agenda delivered to us typically for this particular meeting, it was either delivered the 26th of May or the 29th of May, and then we actually don't get a chance to look at the documents until the agenda is published, which typically happens a week before. So the 30th of May is when the agenda was published and when we got a chance to look at the documents for the first time. So I don't know where you got 3 weeks from, but that's not accurate. In terms of the qualifications of the individuals, just speaking for myself, you know, I did something that for the first time that I had never done before with all of these individuals, except for maybe a couple of them. But for sure, I had never, on any of the prior appointments since I first got elected in 2017, had never done a court view search on any of the prior appointments. And I found myself doing that for all of these appointments, just considering all of the news that has been circulating recently. And beyond that, I did a simple Google search and all the other things that now are expected of all of us, apparently, that we do all of that work. So for myself, I felt like these individuals do meet the qualifications for the appointments, and happy to hear different perspectives if folks thought otherwise. Thank you.
So I don't have anyone else in the queue. The question before us is there someone in the queue? So you hit the current item at the top, and then the 3 dots. There you go, Ms. Bronca, you're in the queue. There you go.
We were emailed a question to Mario about Mark Hall. Was that ever answered? I only saw the question as an email, but not your response.
Through the chair to Member Bronga, I did receive the question, thank you, and I was able to speak with that candidate who we've put forward. He's a former Anchorage fire chief. I did contact him. My understanding is that after the incident that was brought up by Ms. Veneclausen in the email, there was an investigation and a special session held by the then sitting assembly during Mayor Sullivan's term, and he remained fire chief. So that's further details I have not been able to verify, but that's my understanding of the situation.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So the question before us now is, shall we approve this item? No motion to do anything else. So we have item 10D5. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 10 to 1, AM 440-2023 as amended has passed the body. Next up, we have item 10D6, AM 441-2023, Housing, Homeless, and Neighborhood Development Commission. Member Brawley. Oh, I'm sorry, Karen. Member Braga, sorry.
Yeah, I missed something on that resume, and can I now not pull it?
Well, now you move to approve.
I'll move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Braga, seconded by Member Vollen. Anyone wish to speak to the item? Mr. Hempel, I'll speak briefly, is a long-term staff of Covenant House, works really hard with homeless individuals, youth in particular, and has many, many years of experience and is highly qualified. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, AM 441-2023 has passed the body. Next, we have 10D7, AM 424-2023, Amendment 4 to non-encumbered contract number 4400001238 with Titan LLC to provide snow plowing and removal services as needed for parking lots and sidewalks. Member Brawley, I think this one is yours.
Yes. Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Vera. Ms. Brawley?
Yeah, so I also intend to support this one, but I pulled it because I had a question. I was reading the memorandum, and I was somewhat surprised to find that this is a contract basically to provide snow plowing at muni sites, including City Hall, our library, our recreation centers, et cetera. And so it struck me as odd that we have a private contractor plowing municipal buildings, which I also understand we don't all own all of those buildings. And again, I don't intend to vote against this contract because I understand that it's an amendment to an existing contract, but I wondered if, and perhaps this is a question for Mr. Colhase, who I don't see is here. It's not a procurement question, it's really, I guess, a maintenance and operations question, why we don't have employees plowing our city buildings. Thank you.
Ms. Hickle?
Through the chair, Deputy Municipal Manager Colby Hickle. Shay Thorpe is on the line to answer that question, but it's generally as an as-needed basis when our municipal employees cannot get to those locations in a timely manner. But he's online to answer a more detailed answer for you.
Who is Shay Thorpe?
He's the new director of PM&E, excuse
Right.
me, M&O.
So Shay Thorpe would be the acting director of M&O. You're on the phone, Mr. Thorpe, you have the floor.
Yes, sir. So to answer the question about municipal crews, they plow the streets. We focus all our efforts on the streets, and we use these contracts to handle the parking lots, both for leased buildings and municipal-owned buildings.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't have further questions. It just struck me as interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, interesting is definitely a word. Thank you, Mr. Thorpe. Anyone else? So I have a question, and I don't know if anyone can answer this question being, what is our annual traditional procurement for these services? Is this in excess of previous years, or is this kind of in the tradition of the last several years?
Through the chair, I do not know the answer to that question. I just know that this is a multi-year contract that was put in place, so I'm happy to pull those numbers for you and get them to you at a later time.
Sure, thanks. I would love to know if it's accelerating or kind of status quo, because this is amendment number 4. Right, thank you. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, AM 424-2023 has passed the body. Next, we have item 10D15. This is AM 432-2023. Oh boy. This is going to take a minute. 2023-2024 alcohol license renewals, restaurant eating place, Kincaid Grill, LL 2115, Round Table Pizza 5548, Peter Sushi Spot. I can't wait reading until we're done with the bold. Peter Sushi Spot, license 4517, Originality, license 5820, Uncle Joe's Pizzeria, license 4293, Beverage Dispensary, Tequila 61, license 826, Pioneer Bar, 826, Beverage Dispensary Tourism, Two Trees Bistro, license 5953, Beverage Dispensary Tourism Duplicate, Sakura Asian Bistro, license number 5210, Forte, license 5211, Package Store, Aqua Vita, license 4919, The Sundry Shop at Alyeska, license 3449, Wholesale General Republic National Distributing Company of Alaska, license number 3964, Brewery Ravens Ring Brewing Company, LL 5970, Winery Ravens Ring Brewing Company, license 5979, Recreational Site grandfathered, The Summit, license 5004, Club Petroleum
Waive
Club
reading.
Oh,
of Anchorage, license 3586. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, and this, I think I need to ask a point of information. So my intent for pulling this is not to address all of these, but there was one in particular that we got an email about today regarding their state license. And so I wonder should I move to approve or should I move to bifurcate?
First, you move to approve.
Okay, thank you. So move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Next.
And then I guess I'll go ahead and move to bifurcate. So separating out basically the package store Aquaveda license number 4919. That's about halfway down. So bifurcating the vote on that from everything else.
Second.
So we have a motion by Ms. Brawley to bifurcate, seconded by Mr. Volland. Is there any objection to the motion to bifurcate?
I do have a question, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. So can you speak to your intent? What do you intend to do with the Aquavita license?
Yeah, thank you through the chair, Mr. Rivera. So I don't know much about this. I just saw the email, and so I wondered if it was proper for us to not take a vote on it at this time, because I believe this is otherwise just a renewal waiver of protest. Is that right? So I'm not proposing a specific action. I just wanted to pull it out from the others, if that's possible.
Thanks. In that case, I'll support it. Thanks.
Wait, who's in the queue? Okay, Mr. Rivera. I'm going to speak briefly to this. There's been some conversation back and forth. This is the one the Community Council has asked us to oppose. It's a license that was granted and then fell off the table because they never got it operating and made no improvements. And it's now back before AMCO. And there's some conversation about what power we have because of the timeline that we have, which makes it a bit complex. And I think that if we're going to dive deep into the details of this one, we should do it after dinner. But the motion to bifurcate, I think, is proper. And then I would recommend that we approve all the rest of them. And then maybe over the dinner break, kind of come to a point on what to do with this one in terms of practical action, because there have been a number of emails back and forth about what's the right action. And so that's really I think your answer to your question, Mr. Rivera, is what's the plan? So if there's nothing else, members may proceed to vote on the motion to bifurcate.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
The motion to bifurcate has passed 11-0. Do we need a new motion to take up the ones that are unbifurcated?
Yes.
So I'd ask for a motion now to take up the majority of the items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Member Wallen, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the bifurcated motion.
Mr. Solt?
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Yep, Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
And my apologies. So just for the legislative record, this motion is meant basically everything except for Aqua Vita?
Yes.
Okay, thank
Just
you.
to be really clear. Yep. Okay, now we can vote. On a vote of 11-0, all of the items except for Aqua Vita have been passed. Now we'll, if you don't mind, anybody will continue through the agenda and we'll come back to the item that's been bifurcated after the dinner break. Next, we have item 10F2. Oh, I'm sorry, 10F9. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. 10F2, Information Memorandum AIM 120-2023, Complex Behavioral Health Needs Community Task Force Immediate Solutions Recommendation. That item was pulled by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Rivera?
Move to accept.
Second.
Motion to accept, Mr. Rivera, seconded by Member Volland. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to give a huge shout out to the Complex Behavioral Health Needs Community Task Force, which hasn't gotten as much of our time or as much of the media attention, but has been doing really amazing work. So I won't go through all of the work they did now and hope that members will have a chance to read through the report that was done. But I will just say that it was an amazing and energetic group that put in a lot of time to come up with these recommendations for us to consider. And I think we're going to be going through these recommendations in detail at a future Health Policy Committee meeting. But for now, just thank you so much for all of the work that you did. There is a tremendous amount of work going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Members may proceed to vote on AM 120-2023.
Mr. Holt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, AM 120-2023 has passed the body. Next, we have item 10G4. Mr. Salt.
Move to approve.
Before you make a motion, Mr. Salt, was there some reason briefly that you needed this item pulled?
I was asked to pull this by the administration, so I'll let them speak to it, please.
Motion to postpone until the June 20th meeting.
So it was already set for the June 20th meeting, so it was introduced to be set. So, okay, so this, we have a motion to approve by, motion, yeah, can't have a motion approved. So for this item, we need a motion to introduce a second and a third. And I believe the 20th is going to work for the public hearing. Mr. Moore has his hand up. Before we move it further, why don't you come on up, Mr. Moore? I'm sorry, this is highly unusual. For usually, introduction of items is a motion, a second, and a third, and no debate or discussion. But this is a pretty significant item, and we have some major benchmarks that are coming. Mr. Moore, the microphone's off. There you go.
There we go. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The administration had asked an Assembly member, Salt, to pull because we very much think a work session is needed on this particular ordinance. It's a 29-page ordinance. It's a lot of new legislation. And we want to give it its due in terms of adequate time. I did see your schedule coming up, being very busy. I'm hopeful that maybe if you were open to it, we could do it on Wednesday of next week. If you wanted to somehow fold it into the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, I'd say at a minimum we really should, 45 minutes. It's going to involve our investment consultant, which I think everyone will appreciate hearing from. And the work session is the ideal environment to discuss this type of technical ordinance, and it's the prime opportunity to talk to the investment consultant. So, and we're also hoping to get it done in June, if possible, because I'll be retiring at the end of June, and I've been working on this since last July. There's been a lot that's gone into this ordinance. So anyway, that's the request.
So Ms. Brawley would like to get in the queue. We have asked the Budget and Finance Committee to meet earlier. We're going to condense the Enterprise and Utility Committee meeting so that there's more time. I personally don't believe that's going to be enough time. And I understand you have an impending deadline that makes the 20th a very important date, but I'm not sure we're going to get there with 29 pages. And so we might need you to call in on a ringer as a volunteer, but maybe not. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, I just wanted to generally state, I understand the timeline. I support us working through this as fast as we can, and so I am happy as Budget and Finance Commission co-chair to help make that happen.
Yeah, so for sure it's going to happen next Wednesday for probably about an hour. If that's not sufficient, then we will make more time. I just don't know if it'll be before the 20th is the rub.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, and the 20th is just our normal schedule. You introduced tonight. 2 weeks later, it's the public hearing. If you're not ready to approve that night, that's fine. Right. I just want to make you aware that there are things changing after June. So.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to speak with you in advance because I was trying to let you know I recognize all of these variables, and I just don't know that the time is going to work out. It's likely July 11th before we can have like a really good 2-hour, get it all done conversation. So
Thank you.
with that, we'll still leave the public hearing set for the 20th, so there's the pressure of time. We need a motion to introduce, a second and a third to set the public hearing.
Move to introduce.
Second.
Third,
Second.
moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera, and third by Mr. Cross. And with that, we've, other than the bifurcated item, completed our consent agenda rather late, but it's time for us to take our regularly scheduled dinner break, so we are ready for round 2 of this fun adventure. All right, so I'm going to call this meeting back to order. I think we have just about everyone. We have everyone here. So we're going to return back to item 10D15, which was the bifurcated item. Is there a motion to approve the Aquavit license?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I have a suggestion that doesn't require a motion.
All right.
Thanks.
We still need a motion, though. But it's okay, make your suggestion before.
Okay, thanks. So I'm actually going to suggest, this is a little bit different, a little bit weird, but that's what I'm suggesting, that we actually don't make any motion on this item, which would effectively not give our opinion on the issue, which is whether we want to waive the protest on this license or not. And again, this is me speaking as the Midtown Assembly member and representative who represents the Midtown Community Council. For folks not familiar with this issue, last year the Midtown Community Council brought forward a concern about this particular license, and it was this particular license was being moved from a location in Muldoon to Midtown that the Community Council had some pretty serious concerns about, placing yet another package store in Midtown at a very interesting location that the council felt had a lot of grave concerns about. So we, unfortunately this year, when the Midtown Community Council brought forward their concerns, we didn't really have enough time to deal with it. So that we just got the email earlier today, and the deadline for us to do something with the protest is June 9th, so just 3 days from now. So what I'm gonna suggest is that the clerk's office, that we not make any motion, we not give any opinion on the protest and the waiving of the protest, and that we direct the clerk, and in particular Mandy Honest, the licensing clerk who deals with these issues with liquor licenses, to communicate to the Council of Aquavita that they need to come to some type of conclusion with their license, to actually do something with their license and have those discussions with the Midtown Community Council within a period of 6 months, so by the end of the year. And if they do not do something with that license, then we can come back with some type of action and to bring that license back before the body. So I don't think we need to make any motions. It's my suggestion. We just need to give that direction to the clerk and let Aquavita know that they're on the timeline. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, so is there a motion? Seeing and hearing none, that motion is not made, so that bifurcated item now dies. Next on the agenda, we have item 11A, Assembly Memorandum AM 408-2023, Zoning Board of Examiners and Appeals, Travis Zonto. No motion is on the floor. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Myers, seconded by Mr. Cross. Is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Mr. Boland?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, AM 408-2023 has passed the body. Next up, we have a notice of reconsideration. Can we please quiet down in the back? Security? Thank you. Notice of reconsideration, AO 2023-42, an ordinance amending the R4A district in Anchorage Municipal Code, Title 21, Sections 21.04.020, Residential Districts 21.05.010, Table of Allowed Uses 21.06.020, Dimensional Standards Table 21.060.030, Measurements and Exceptions 21.07.110, Residential Design Standards 21.07.120, Large Establishments, and 21.08.70, Alternative Residential Subdivisions.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to make a motion to reconsider.
Second.
Thank you. So the motion is made by Member Volin and seconded by Ms. Brawley. Mr. Vollen, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Folks may remember that this was the subject of some impassioned debate at our previous regular meeting. I did not support the amendment, but I did end up voting yes on the item as amended because I did support the underlying item. But after we took that vote and I thought about it more, something about it gave me heartburn. And I went home and I spent a little time with the 2040 land use plan. And after I did that, it became pretty clear that the item as approved and as amended actually runs counter with the goals of the 2040 land use plan. Goal 7 in the plan is compatible land use. It states, quote, infill development is compatible with the valued characteristics of surrounding properties and neighborhoods, unquote. Examples provided in the plan of these characteristics include how buildings relate to one another and the street, how tall they are, the noise and traffic levels, or the presence of greenery. It later goes on to state that the form and scale that new developments take, more than its density, which I will note, I think that is important and a very valuable part of the plan. That is a statement that we should all reflect on later. I'll repeat it. It goes on to state that the form and scale that new developments take, more than its density, is increasingly a primary concern. Land Use Policy 7.2 under this goal explicitly states, ease the transitions between more intensive uses and adjacent low-density neighborhoods in terms of the built scale, height, level of activity, and character. So an amendment that removes the height transitions for neighborhood compatibility, to me, just doesn't sit well with our already publicly adopted plan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Member Constant, you were recognized.
Yeah, thank you. And separate from that, there's another factor. I was pretty heated in the conversation because I felt like there was some missing process based on the 4 words that were in the final amendment. So in the process afterwards, I went and investigated what was said at the community council where the primary impact of this would be felt on residences. There was an assertion made that this project really just addresses a vast area of commercial land that's underutilized. So I did a little bit of work and determined in that very large area in Midtown, there are 200 residences that are on the plan. So 200 in that vast area in the map of Midtown. In the Fairview section, which was maybe a fifth of the size of the larger commercial area, there were over 1,000 residential units in the section that this would impact. So the assertion that this was just going to be an impact on a commercial area wasn't true. And it turned out when I went to the actual community council where the document said the community council, Fairview, heard it on 2/22/22. There wasn't a meeting of the Fairview Community Council on 2/22/22. And in fact, the item was never presented. The whole item was never presented to the Fairview Community Council, of which the largest impact on individual residences affects. And so at a least, I believe we should reconsider this item, not send it back out for broad public comment, but send it back to the Fairview Community Council where they can hear it, which is not what happened, and which the report to the Planning and Zoning Commission and to us said that it did. And so for that reason, this is worth opening back up and sending back out for one council to get their opinion. Thank you. Mr. Cross.
Yeah, my question is for the chair. Would you have supported the amendment, and would you have supported the original AO before the amendment?
So that's a great question, and I really chewed on that. And the answer is yes. I said it at the meeting I would. However, now it turns out that the item never made it to the community council. And to the credit of the staff, they sent and tried to have a meeting, and the meeting was held with the president of the council, who is loquacious and verbose and does a lot of work, and it made it seem in the record like the work had been done. It's easy to see why a staff member would assume they checked the box of the Fairview Community Council, but they never did. And so now I'm in a position where I have to take it back one step further. If we do reconsider, I'm going to ask us to put it on hold for 2 months, just long enough for the item to be heard at the Fairview Community Council and for them to introduce and pass a resolution should they choose. Because 2/22/22 never happened.
Okay. And just to follow up.
I think your mic is off.
Oh, yes, thank you. And just to follow up, so what I'm expecting to see is if this passes, and then it goes back to communication, we'll probably have a chance to vote on it, and you're guessing more than likely without the amendment.
I'm not saying with or without the amendment. I am agnostic. I just want to make sure that the people it affects the most have a chance to hear about it before we take action on it.
All right, thank you.
So I am agnostic to the 4 words that made the amendment. It just never had been heard by the council, and it turns out the whole thing had never been heard by the council. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate looking back at our land use plan. That's something I need to do more and have not done yet. And I appreciate the rationale and the kind of limited scope of this reconsideration. If it was simply to open this back up and vote no and be done with it, then I would not have supported that. But I hear the concerns and I hear the desire to I guess expeditiously reach out and do that. So in that case, but I do also want to note there are current R4 zoning areas. I don't know the development status of those, and so in terms of who it affects, I think it's also worth noting that there may be current business owners or owners that affects. But that said, I am in favor of reconsideration.
Ms. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, again, I want to just clarify, kind of repeat what I said when we previously debated this item, and that is that this does not effectuate a rezone, this item. However, it does not just impact current R4A zoning. It has the potential to impact those areas of Anchorage which are eligible to, in the future, be rezoned to R4A. So you can look at a map of where there's existing R4A, and it's very scant. But if you look at the map of where R4A could be in the future, it's a much wider distribution. So that's really why I think it's worth taking a little extra time, making sure that public outreach, not just to the Fairview Executive Board, but also to the council as a whole, make sure we really check that box. Thank you.
Ms. Bronco.
I just wanted to say we spent so much time on this last meeting, and it kind of feels like when we creep forward to make changes, then we go back. And I would support that we don't hold off.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed on the vote, the motion to reconsider. Yeah, so when the motion to reconsider, if the motion to reconsider passes, then the item is back before us. That's it. Nothing changes about the item as adopted.
Mr. Salt, on the motion to reconsider.
Yes.
Motion to reconsider passes 10-1. Ms. Bronco, you are having quite a night. You are having quite a night. Next. Oh, so the question now before us is, we have an item with...
Do you approve, postpone to a time certain, refer?
So,
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion to postpone this item until the first meeting in August.
Mr. Vaughn has made the motion to postpone to...
I'll second it.
August 8th, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Mr. Volland?
Thank you. I'll just speak to my motion. I think that'll just give the planning department time to meet with the Fairview Community Council and potentially to do any other additional outreach that they would like to do. Thank you. Mr. Constant, you're
I
recognized.
just thank everybody for their support to make sure that, at a minimum, the folks who were talking about changing the properties around them have an opportunity to be heard. I'm really grateful. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Seeing and hearing no one else, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt, on the motion to postpone to August 8th.
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, 2023-42 as amended will be heard back on August 8th with a referral back to the Planning Department to visit the Fairview Community Council. Yes, we can take a pause. So we just voted on it. You'd have to make another motion to reconsider. I think it's fine. Agreed. So next up, we have item 14A. Item 14A is AO 2023-63, an ordinance, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 3.70.140, unfair labor practices, to specify that a complaint is to be filed with the municipal clerk. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing, seeing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Volland. Anyone wish to speak to the item? No. I'm going to take a moment of privilege and ask the clerk briefly just to let folks know what this does. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The clerk's office has worked with HR and the legal department and the code on unfair labor practices. Did not say where that those items were filed. So the clerk's office agreed to have those filed with our office. There are many, many filings, reconsiderations on Board of Equalization, Board of Adjustment. Those are all filed with the clerk's office, so it made sense to do that. However, we didn't have a decision about what do we do when we file it. If, for example, a lawsuit is filed, we just deliver it to the municipal attorney's office. So we thought that was the best solution, to just deliver it to the municipal attorney's office rather than serving it on a board, because the clerk's office doesn't staff the employee relations board. So that was our agreement. We sent a copy of the proposed ordinance to the municipal attorney and the labor relations director, and we didn't hear anything back from them on that.
All right, so anyone wish to speak to this item? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt.
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, AO 2023-63 has passed the body. Next before us, we have AO 2023-64, an ordinance, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 25.70 regarding sport or commercial hunting or trapping of game animals on municipal parklands. Public hearing on this item is now open. Please state your name. from, you'll have 3 minutes.
Certainly. My name is Kathy Gleason. I live in Turnagain, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify on this particular ordinance proposal for you this evening. Turnagain Community Council, and I'm acting president right now, and I am not speaking for the council, did not take this up at our meeting last Thursday. Our agenda was just too full. But our board actually discussed it in a previous meeting, and while we didn't take any kind of formal vote, there was consensus that we all thought this was a really good idea to add additional language to current code with regard to trapping and hunting within the municipality. So speaking informally, all of us supported that, and I certainly do personally. The focus has been on Kincaid Park because that's where a proposal to allow for closure of the park to the public, to allow for private hunting was proposed. But I thought about the moose that hang out in Kincaid Park, and they're not Kincaid moose. They're Anchorage moose. And if you look at the land use plan and before that the comprehensive plan, there were fish and wildlife officials that looked at areas that were designated as important wildlife habitat and migratory areas. On the the western side of Anchorage, those moose migrate from Kincaid through Sisson Loop Trail, right at the end of the runway, along the coastal trail and Greenbelt area, through Heritage Land Bank land, through dedicated parkland, up and around the airport at Point Warrenzoff, and then into Earthquake Park, and then to other areas of the city, including the Chester Creek Greenbelt area. They migrate through the city. So they're not just Kincaid moose, they're moose that everybody, a huge population of our city enjoys on a daily basis, seeing them, viewing them, taking pictures of them, seeing their babies. And if we let one person get the benefit of killing that moose, then hundreds, if not thousands, of local people and visitors to our city miss the opportunity for that same thrill of enjoyment to shoot it with a camera, take a picture, go back home and say, I was in the middle of town and there's moose. It's an incredible experience. You got to go to Anchorage. That opportunity shouldn't be taken away from the public. And so I appreciate this extra step that would allow the Assembly to weigh in on any proposal that would close a public area. One quick thing before I run out of time. I'd prefer an amendment that this would apply to any municipally owned public land, not just parkland. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Come on down. Welcome again. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Mr. Chair, esteemed members of this body, honorable administration, and the mayor, my name is Rick Green. I'm the Special Assistant to the Commissioner of the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. With me is our Assistant Director of Wildlife Conservation, Rick Marazon. And we wanted to make a statement that at this point in time, we really don't have an opinion on the said ordinance, but we do want to open up a dialogue in the spirit of transparency and in continued cooperation. And so if there is anything about the proposal, how the hunt would be carried out if it ever goes forward, or anything else, we are here to serve you guys and answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And probably if we get to the point where we have a proposal, we will have those talks and maybe in advance. Thank you.
Okay, and we'd be here for you at any time you need.
Sounds great.
Did you want to add anything, Rick? Okay, thank you, members.
Right.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Come on down. Oh. Welcome. Again, please state your name, what part of town you're from. You have 3 minutes.
Legal name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree with she and her pronouns, 13 years trans woman, Alaskan. My only concern about this is not so much about just the municipal parks, as she stated, it's municipal lands and everything else. Our wildlife is precious, and as a person that has delivered newspapers in this town for 22 years before I quit doing it, there's already so much confusion on how we handle issues with our animals. Anything that we could do to bring light to it, I'd be in favor of being able to see it come forward to be able to make it to where when we come across injured animals, when we come across animals' habitats, that we can bring education, that we can bring the people that need to know, and that way we can continue to assess how much wildlife we have in Anchorage. The thing, like she said, the lady said a minute ago, Anchorage is still part of Alaska. Alaska is the Luntz frontier. And I can tell you, out of all the cities and other states I've lived in, and there's a lot, I'm a military brat, one of the things Anchorage has over them all is so much wildlife. It makes every child smile. It makes every one of us remember that we are part of a great state. So the more education, the more awareness that we can bring, if it be communication for you guys to be able to make changes, I would say, let's do it. Do what we need to ensure our safety of our animals in our city for our children to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can get my feet under this, it's fine.
Yeah. Welcome. All right, you'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and where you're from, and you'll have time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, and members of the administration. My name is Ira Edwards. I live in Palmer right now, but I've lived in Anchorage for the previous 20 years until last year. I am the reason you guys are having this ordinance. I'm very plainly in your reasoning for it stated that my proposal for the moose hunt in Kincaid Park for physically disabled individuals is that reason. You should have all received contact from me in the last couple months since talking about it, and I've talked to a few of you specifically about this. I am here hopefully because you named me to answer any questions about the hunt. Some of you had some misconceptions about what was involved, and some of the public definitely does. We haven't had time to talk about it. That's why we're here. Also, to the point of this ordinance, which is having final city assembly oversight on hunting opportunities in city parks, I believe that you're already paying city employees to do that work, and for you to micromanage everything would be a lot of extra work for you guys. There are already hunts in 2 other city parks. While it is not a city park, the Anchorage Coastal Wildlife Refuge also has a lot of hunting, which is directly adjacent to Kincaid Park. It's a really normal thing to do. And there are as Fish and Game has talked, and we had met with the City Parks Director last month, there's over 150 moose killed in the Anchorage Bowl on active hunts managed by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. So if you guys want to take that step on to actively manage every one of those, I believe that would be a lot of extra work that you're already paying other employees to do. On that note, that's why I came here. I'm hoping we can discuss and talk about what questions you might have about the hunt, since you named me directly in the ordinance here for the reasoning for it. Anyone?
Mr. Bronson, you're in the queue. Is it to speak, ask a question?
Yes, Ira, thank you for doing this work. We've had a couple meetings about this. Just to kind of narrow the facts down for the public here, again, in Kincaid Park, how many moose do we take a year? And in this hunt, how many moose are we proposing to take through this hunt? So what's been the traditional average, and what's going to be the proposed hunt?
There has not been a hunt in Kincaid Park since the 1980s, but for defensive wildlife or defensive life and property issues or random people with guns, there's been a few over the last decade. Okay. Not really, at our meeting we had with the Parks Director, I don't think there was an actual count, but some years there's been 4, some years 2. It varies. This hunt is proposing 4 moose per year, and it would be a big part of the public safety part is that all people will be Hunter's Ed certified, all people will be tested with their weapon to get a certification of their weapon, all people will take a proficiency test with the Department of Fish and Game before they're issued a permit. And the park won't be closed. There'll be portions of the park closed on various days, so no portion of the park would be closed for an entire week or for the whole week at all. And there's a lot of steps to go through with the parks director to make sure the logistics can work. So it's, again, happy to work with you guys if that's something we want to work on in the future. It's a lot of logistics to work out.
And to the issue of logistics, if I may, Mr. Chair, the issue of the management of it, there is a, in the bill, the hunt notwithstanding, but within this ordinance, the issue of the assembly taking on executive authority in the management of the parks and the hunt, that is problematic, and I think Ann Helsner is municipal attorney is prepared to speak to that at this time. Thank you.
Again,
That would be out of order. Thank you. We can get to the debate when it's time to debate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you guys all very much for your time.
Yep, thank you, Ira. So, anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Oh, Anna, I'm sorry, we did have another question, Ira. Ira? Sorry, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you for being here, Mr. Edwards. I had two questions related to what you had said earlier. First, you had said that there are hunts happening within the municipality and parkland. Can you share where those are currently?
I believe they're both in Eagle River, Peters Creek. I know there's one around Mirror Lake and maybe Edmonds Lake nearby. And then there's another one in the Eagle River area.
Okay, so near Chugach State Park, presumably?
No, these are city parks. There are already several hunts inside Chugach State Park inside the municipality.
Okay.
And then there's, like I said, hunts on the Anchorage Coastal Wildlife Refuge. But those are not, this ordinance talks about city parkland.
Sure. Yeah, I understand that. Thank you. And then my second question, just briefly, I haven't had a chance to research, what's typical in other city parks. I also understand that, Anchorage in Alaska is a somewhat unique place and situation. But I wondered if you're aware of other municipalities that allow hunting of their park animals.
All through the Midwest, it is super common for allow hunting inside city parks and city lands for deer. There's no moose in most of the other states. The mayor, I found out, was from the Midwest, and last year in the Twin Cities, Minneapolis, St. Paul, there were 2,700 deer killed inside the city limits. Of that, over 700 were in city parks, inside the city limits of Minneapolis. So it's a really common thing. In Fairbanks, they have one in a park up there. Fairbanks obviously a lot less populated than this area. And then, like I said, the Chugach State Park, the hunt out of the Campbell Creek up in Glen Alps there. Glen Alps gets year-round over twice the visitors that Kincaid gets. Obviously, it's more spread out, but it's channeled into one area where the people are coming and going. But it's not uncommon. My point for this was not just to provide hunting for everyone. It was to provide an access for people that don't have that access otherwise, and also help with public safety. Just this last week, there's been 2 people stomped by moose in Kincaid Park, and also at least 2 dogs seriously injured or killed.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
I have a number of people in the queue. Remember, this is a public hearing. The point is questions, not debate. Ms. Bronca.
I was just going to ask you if you've attempted this hunt in Palmer, where you live.
I just moved to Palmer, and I have not. The reason for using Kincaid is because there are trails everywhere in the park, and that is also the reason why there are all the human-animal conflicts, because of the heavy development there. Kincaid was designated as basically a developed recreational facility, whereas like Far North Bicentennial Park had wildlife viewing as a part of its theme and why it was created. But the increase of trails in Kincaid, which makes it fun to play in, I lived right near Kincaid for 10 years, is also the reason there's been a lot of human interactions and injuries. At the last Board of Game meeting prior to this one, Fish and Game, this has taken me 9 years to get to this point. I got stomped by a moose 10 years ago and started on this, but the last Fish and Game one, Fish and Game testified there had been between 9 and 11 EMS calls from moose from Kincaid. So the access is the reason for this. There are plenty of places in Alaska to go hunting, almost no places that have a lot of access for people with disabilities.
You have the floor.
So I'm thinking Crevasse Moraine has trails throughout it as Government Peak. recreation area, they both. So that's, I was just wondering if you checked with either of those.
I have not. Again, I've been working on this for 9 years, specifically with Kincaid and working in some of that area. Crevasse, and I grew up in Palmer. Crevasse Moraine does not have trails that can handle motorized use. I'm unsure about Government Peak. They're newer and better construction techniques. Kincaid is developed year-round for motorized use by the Nordic Ski Club, so they can run their machinery year-round. So to have access on those trails would be very simple, and they run heavy machinery year-round on those trails.
All right, thank you. Member Bond? Again, questions?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, the locations that you mentioned where there's already hunting in city parks, did you evaluate those for a proposal? Or are there, would that work potentially? Would it not work? What are the challenges?
It would not work because of the access issues. And Kincaid specifically because, so people are concerned about losing animals. I can't roll off the trail very far, and my friends don't, let's say my friends don't hunt very much. There is no spot within Kincaid in the general park area. Some of the boundaries are, but in the areas where the trails where you're more than 100 feet away from another trail. So there is always a way to get access within the park to an animal that might not have died right where you shot it. Again, the hunter proficiency and the weapons proficiency test should eliminate those issues. But the other parks in the city do not have the access, and especially not access for people with disabilities.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, you mentioned that with this hunt, certain sections of the park would be closed to permit hunting at certain times. Obviously, safety is a significant concern given the level of human activity in Kincaid Park. Can you speak a little bit more about what is included in the safety plan to ensure that there's little to no risk to the other people who may be using Kincaid recreationally around the time of the hunt?
Yeah, I mean, there's signs when I get a moose kill that people shouldn't go in certain areas. So there are always people that go by that, hey, please do not enter signs because they want to go see the moose kill. This area, basically you can divide Kincaid Park into 3 general regions. The Raspberry Road area, the Jodhpur Loop area with the motocross and all the neighborhoods, and then the Coastal Trail area. There's a lot of trails down in the Coastal Trail. There's a lot more trails along the Bluff and Raspberry Road area. There are also a lot of trails in the Jodhpur area, and I do not ever propose closing that because every single house has a trail into the park. It would be very difficult to notify everyone there's an active hunt. The other 2 portions, on some days there would be between 7 and 9 trail intersections to mark, and versus it's about 59 I found on the Jodhpur area. There would also be we'll call it a neutral zone around the Kincaid Chalet, which is also where a lot of public events happen. There's Nordic Ski Club trails everywhere. They have snowmaking, and the Nordic Ski Club has recommended that I don't do it around their biathlon range and the soccer fields because of all the actual snowmaking and the heavy use in that area. So 2 portions of the park could be closed, and it would be approximately for 2 days per week.
So I'm going to intervene here and say we've gotten kind of far afield. We're debating whether or not to have hunting in Kincaid, and the ordinance itself isn't about that. And so if there are any questions germane to the ordinance, now's the time. If not, let's move forward with the public hearing and then move on to the debate.
And I would love to work with you guys on the specifics of this hunt in general, but I addressed the consequences of potentially managing hunting in Anchorage in general.
Yep, thank you. So we'll move on then. No one else in the queue. We're good. Anyone else on this item wish to be heard? Hearing and seeing none, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Cross, seconded by Member Walland. I'm going to put myself in the queue briefly. So I have a question, Mr. Green, or I didn't catch your name, the Conservation Unit. Either one of you, whichever one knows more about the game units. Yeah, please come down. It's a simple question, but my question is, please tell us your name again. There's a little green, here we go.
Yeah, for the record, again, my name is Rick Marizon, Assistant Director with the Division of Wildlife.
Rick Marizon. Can you just tell me how many game units exist in Anchorage?
So there's 14C is the game management unit that encompasses the Anchorage Bowl. So from the Knik River Bridge through the Eagle River Chugiak area, Anchorage, all the way out to Girdwood.
So there's one game unit basically in this area that we're talking about, from
Correct.
Chugiak down to Girdwood. So then the question is, with the state's plan on this conversation, did they identify 4 new tags? How did they allocate this for this place?
So that was so I should back up to address your previous question. Within Game Management Unit 14C, there are also management areas that are further subdivide the Game Management Unit 14C that have weapons restrictions, differing season dates and bag limits for various game animals. So it's just a way to further subdivide 14C.
So that's, okay, now I'm not going to keep you on this because it is slightly off topic, as I just admonished folks. That's an area I'm interested to understand. If these were created, these tags were pulled from somewhere, where did they come from, and where could they go if in the bowl we had a better place? So, but we'll come back to that. So I just understand now it's one game area.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So, Ms. Brawley.
Yes, thank you. My intent was to speak to the intent of this ordinance. So, as it was stated before, the impetus for this ordinance was a specific proposal that has come up. My understanding is when it was first addressed, I was not in the body, so I was not privy to anything beyond what I saw in the newspaper. But it did give me pause. I used Kincaid Park, and it made me really think about, who owns our park animals? And it's tricky because, I'm not a hunter. I don't know much about that world. I do know and appreciate that, the state of Alaska manages our game as a whole, and that there is a management plan, in each of these areas. There's a complex system by which we determine who gets to harvest these resources. But I also was reflecting on the fact that in other cities where I've lived, it wouldn't be a typical thing for someone to be able to harvest a park animal. And I'm thinking everything from a pigeon to a deer to, in our case, a moose, whatever else happens to live in our parks. And I was really struggling with, what is the right answer to this, and who should decide, essentially. So what's been brought forward, essentially, is to give the public a role in this process, to require a public hearing, to allow that any specific proposal is discussed, and the public has a right to be heard. It also requires that the Parks Director, come up with a plan. And I think that is a valid question to say, is this feasible? How would it be feasible? What are the risks that we can mitigate? What are the access issues? When and how would it be closed? How do we notice the public? How do we deal with, potential risks? As Mr. Edwards said, people do tend to not, follow the rules or follow the signs. And then ultimately, it is the Assembly's role to make policy. So I appreciate the administration and the mayor's position that it is an executive function of the Parks Director, but I think ultimately it is also a general, as I said, policy-making statement for this body to hear the public and to make decisions. And so in that spirit, this is brought forward, not giving a specific answer on this Kincaid hunt, although that is certainly the reason why it's been discussed now, but to have a broader policy and then to allow for that discussion for each of these areas, some of which may be appropriate for hunting and some of which maybe not. And so I can't speak to whether it's micromanaging, but it does seem to be within the Assembly's purview to do so.
Next, I have Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think just echoing what a lot of others have said, for me, this isn't about the specific proposed hunt at Kincaid, even though it obviously generated this ordinance. This is about whether we as the Assembly want to insert ourselves into this process on hunts in municipal parks. I don't see any legal reason why we couldn't insert ourselves into that process. It does make me think, though, about the amount of work that we're adding to our plate. We already have a lot to handle, and this, speaking for myself, would be a pretty new topic for me to learn about and allow me to make informed decisions as a policymaker. So I guess a question from one of the co-sponsors is, do we have a sense of what we're getting ourselves into in terms of Assembly time to, if we were to approve this ordinance of how much assembly time would this take? And then do we envision that this ordinance would have any implications in terms of staffing needs? Thanks.
Member Constant, you recognized.
Yeah, thank you. Basically, it would depend on the work that the staff does. If the staff provides a rational and well-deliberated plan, then the work should be pretty straightforward. If we find that the plan doesn't actually meet the definition of a plan, then there's probably going to be some back and forth. But at this point, it doesn't contemplate needing new staff. We have a department that is supposed to be able to put together these kinds of proposals. And the Parks Department is highly qualified and skilled.
Yeah.
Mr. Bond.
Thank you. I would just like to respond as well. You know, my hope that whether or not this gets approved, my hope would be that if there was hunting anywhere in Anchorage in an urban environment, that the Parks Department would do due diligence and come up with a plan and, you know, mitigation for safety risk. And so, you know, I think this is, the idea that generated this is very ambitious, but I think it calls for a true planning effort to pull it off anyway. So thanks.
May I just quickly finish? Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, no, I appreciate those responses, and I just, you know, whenever we add more responsibility onto our plate, I just want to make sure that we're being like really honest and thoughtful about that workload, and it sounds like you all have thought about it, and sort of assuming everything actually runs really smoothly, it shouldn't disrupt our normal workflow all that much. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's only one opportunity that's being presented to us, and so we'll see. I have Mr. Salt in the queue first. Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm on the fence on this one. I've lived in Nebraska, lived in Minnesota, where certainly these kind of hunts are popular, but they're the ones I've seen are more out in the country. You know, changing the rules to shoot from a vehicle, things like that. My concern here is, again, as Member Johnson brought up, how do you protect the public? Especially those that aren't going to listen to the signs, are going to go where they want to go because they feel it's their right. And we're putting the rights of essentially 4 people over the rights of the other park users. So there's the safety aspect of the park users. There's also the safety aspect that I believe Mr. Edwards stated that, you know, it's going to curb the moose population, which does interact with the public in the parks, and that's why we see a lot of the tree clearing and cutting back next trails, so you can see the moose in the woods or bear in the woods before you encroach upon them. I guess in relation to this motion, my concern is it feels like we're just trying to insert ourselves and add one more thing that we probably don't need to do. It's a solution looking for a problem. I don't think we've had any issues with how it's been managed in the past, and I'm not sure why we want to change that. But kind of, I guess, at this point, still pretty ambivalent on whether to allow hunting, but that's not what this resolution's about. And I guess I'd like to just see the process continue as is, since I don't see a reason to change it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cross.
Yes, I support this. All it does is say that if we do allow it, there needs to be careful consideration. There needs to be a written plan to mitigate the safety risks required, public participation, and then assembly approval. And so this doesn't just say that there's going to be hunting willy-nilly. Obviously, there's a process and allows that opportunity to take place. And not just Kincaid. I know that gets the focus because it's probably the most heavily dense park with moose in it. I've been trampled once, charged more times than I can count, grazed and run down by a moose there once, but not stomped on, just stomped on once. And in Kincaid Park, and we know that place is dangerous. We know, so that's just one instance. But in other areas, even Eagle River, we need to consider this, because when you have a high moose population, then that brings bears if it's not mitigated. And one way or another, parks has to take that into consideration, and then they end up with a whole nother situation that they're dealing with. So allowing the public and allowing opportunities like this for individuals to go in who don't have a great opportunity to go off into the woods anymore because of unfortunate circumstances in life, providing this benefit to them so they can go out and love our wilderness and provide a service to our communities, I think is a magnificent step forward. So I support it. Thank you.
Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, you know, when I guess the proposal started gathering steam and getting public attention, you know, I am a person who I try to be sort of a get to yes person. And when I hear creative ideas, I'm like, oh man, you know, that's really cool, a hunt for disabled people. And I just appreciate the idea coming forward. As you know, I've never been stomped by a moose, but I did have a moose eat all the roses on one of my rose bushes in my garden, and so I can kind of sympathize with the revenge motivation. But on that note, you know, we have received a lot of emails and public testimony concerned about safety issues with the current proposal. And I think just zooming out and trying to have a bigger picture of like, okay, what could hunting in an urban environment look like? Is it a good idea? Is it something we can pull off? Is it a bad idea? I would want to hear from the public when we consider any hunting in an urban environment, and just to make sure that we really do have a strong plan to mitigate those safety risks. So I urge my colleagues to support this, and recognizing it's the beginning of a conversation, not the end of a conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I am for this hunt, but I do see what Dr. Ballin just said. There's a lot of questions on the safety, and going back to Mr. Rivera's questions, Ed, what are we getting into on the workload of this? If you look at page 2, line 24 and 25, it says is approval of the assembly, a safety plan. It has to be met. I'm a fairly prolific hunter, user of firearms, sport and otherwise. I don't have the expertise to see of making the assessment of this, that their safety plan would work or not. I would just simply delegate that myself to the experts, whether it be State of Alaska or the Parks and Recs director. That said, unless there's a lot more hunting experience on the assembly than I have, multiple people, I don't think that expertise, how do you evaluate a hunter safety plan, a shooting safety plan in Kincaid Park? And I wouldn't know the answer to that. I guess I would have to go walk around, or are we going to have 12 people walking around Kincaid Park making an assessment? That would be a good idea if you took on that responsibility. I don't want that responsibility myself, because if someone gets hurt and I made the wrong call, then it's kind of morally on me. So that's kind of my concern, is where's the expertise? I don't have it. I don't think anyone here has it. Maybe police officers do. I don't know, or Parks and Recs. But that is a concern, and I quite frankly share the concerns that many of the Assembly has addressed here, not the least of which is the public engagement on this. And IRA's been doing this for a long time. State's been doing it, working on it for a couple of years, I think. But if we got to go a little bit further to get public buy-in, maybe that's the answer. I don't know. So I just wanted to voice those concerns. Thank you.
So Mr. Martinez hasn't spoken, so I'll have him jump in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the Assembly are elected from diverse backgrounds, and our experiences and expertise may vary greatly, but we deal with issues that the city deals with, even if they're beyond our own experience or expertise. And we do so with due diligence, and we take our time, and we do rely on staff. And so I just wanted to take exception that with the idea that one needs expertise to be able to deliberate with due diligence and make good decisions. On that note, though, I would take exception with the idea that we don't have a role in stewardship. I think that there's a strong role that the Assembly plays in stewardship. I do believe that a safety plan and a plan that's delivered from the correct officials, we want to take their word for it. And I think that's the right approach. But I do recognize that we are obligated stewards of the municipality, the assets there within, and the decisions that are made that affect those assets. And so I think that if we have a strong staff and we can rely on the administration's direction of that work, that our role as stewards should be straightforward and something that is not taking too much additional time. Again, unless, of course, there are problems with the work that is coming to the Assembly, of which we may have to ask different questions and then investigate deeper to make sure that we're getting the most accurate and reliable information or safety plan in this particular matter. But I just wanted to highlight and articulate that we have a role as stewards of all of these questions that we're having. And so whether or not we have expertise is a little irrelevant to me. I think I support our role as stewards, and I think this ordinance makes the case that this amendment makes the case for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate Mr. Martinez's comments. It is important to remember that we all have different backgrounds and expertise, and we are not chosen to be experts in one thing or any particular thing. We are chosen to represent the interest of our district and the interest of the public. To speak to the plan, so I did think a long time about this, how I would potentially vote on this if the question was about this particular hunt, what I would want to see as mitigation or a safety plan. And honestly, not knowing much about hunting, I reached out to a friend of mine who has been hunting for a long time. He does not live in Anchorage. I posed this question to him, and he did have some good ideas about how you could mitigate the risks, limit exposure to the public, and really make sure that it can be done well. And so I think where I see value in this plan, and perhaps our Parks Director is also not not an expert, but I would imagine that he would reach out, or whoever the Parks Director is would reach out to folks like the state folks who are here to be a resource, to ask others who are experts to be able to develop that realistic plan. And I think it's also important to remember that we as Assembly members, when we do things on the public record, it is partly so that we can make a decision and have a dialogue, have a debate to make that decision. It is also for the public to be informed and to be involved. And so I think the value in requiring a plan, having that plan discussed on the record, and the opportunity to ask questions is also to allow the public to consider, is this a reasonable plan before the public hearing, and then to be able to comment on that. And so, if there's ways that can be improved, or if there are concerns about how, how the park is used, maybe something was overlooked, there's a user group who wasn't engaged, anything like that, that is the value of the public process. And so it does not have a predetermined outcome. Much as folks maybe like to say that, it is to allow for that process to happen and for that information and that dialogue to happen in public. So I do believe that this plan, it's not that we have to be the experts, it's that we are asking for the information and we have the discussion with our community.
You done? Okay, Ms. Bronca.
Yeah, I agree with what's been said here. I don't feel like we are micromanaging. We're actually elected to manage in the city of Anchorage. And I also don't agree with the mayor that we have to be experts on this particular topic. I happen to know Kincaid Park very well. It's going to be tricky to manage. There's a bajillion trails. When I orienteer, it's hard to figure out where I am with the maze of trails. So keeping people safe is going to be important, and I think our community deserves a public time to speak and see what the safety plan is. And if all goes well, I hope Ira's out there getting his moose, but we want to make sure this is done right.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I will say, as a hunter, it's an activity from which I derive a lot of satisfaction, and I certainly would want to find a way to accommodate Mr. Edwards or other people with disabilities so that they can also go participate in this activity. I think is very meaningful to a lot of us. But with that, I ultimately will support this measure because I want us to go about it in a way that hopefully generates buy-in from the community. I also spent a lot of time at Kincaid, as a cross-country skier and hiker, and it is a maze of trails, and it does raise some questions about, how do we mitigate the safety risks? And I hope and I feel confident that a plan will be presented to us that addresses those concerns. And through the deliberative process, we can show the community that we have thought through these issues and that we satisfactorily answered those. And I do believe that ultimately we can exercise that and get to a point where Mr. Edwards or others will be able to actually go out and enjoy that hunt. So I favor the motion, and I also am strongly supportive of providing you that opportunity.
I see now the municipal attorney has put herself in the queue. Ms. Halser.
Through the chair, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I can see that the Assembly, their intention to provide oversight, public input, and safety is admirable. However, this ordinance allows the Assembly to disallow or allow the hunt entirely. There is no provision in the Anchorage Charter that I am aware of that allows the Assembly the power to essentially veto the plans and policies of the executive directors, which are reserved to the mayor and his administration. I have not been able to find any authority to the contrary. And I'm happy to take any questions.
I have one. So there's a line in the code that grants the authority to the Parks Director to authorize a variance from the code that says hunting is not allowed. May the Assembly delete the line of code that says the Parks Director may authorize that variance?
Perhaps I don't understand the question.
Okay, I'll restate it, Mr. Gates.
Yes.
Mr. Gates, would you please pull up the section of the code in which it states that hunting is not allowed, but the director may make a determination?
Just 1 second.
Thank you. We'll do it specifically.
I think, Mr. Constant, that you're referring to what is actually posted in the ordinance subsection Q for 257060. It says, and this isn't about hunting, it's about discharge of a firearm or bow and arrow, and we've added cross by this ordinance, but it says, except in areas designated by the director, and where there is no reasonable likelihood of jeopardy to people, domestic animals, or property. And I think, as you were suggesting, Mr. Constant, the Assembly could by ordinance delete the rest of that phrase and just put a period after no person shall discharge a firearm, shoot a bow and arrow in a park, period. If you wanted to amend code that way, that would be, I think, something that the Assembly could do.
Right, so the end of this ordinance is to provide a process by which that code section could remain in the code. If we don't have this ordinance, that section is going away. That's at least the position I have. If the argument is there is no authority by the Assembly to amend the code to say that a director can or can't follow that exception, then I don't understand why we couldn't just delete that section then. It's the same end.
The problem is it doesn't involve an appropriation of money. You could amend the code, but what I'm calling attention to is that it's essentially the director's decision, and should be, to allow or disallow the hunt. And to place that authority with the assembly to disallow or allow the hunt, you remove that power from the executive. You can certainly decide that you're going to change the code, but it sounds like people want the hunt, at least some individuals here want the hunt, and that authority to make that decision is essentially an operational, managerial, executive function.
I don't agree. I think that the code is ours, and if the mayor wants to take this to court, if it passes, that'll be his right. So I believe that we have the authority to amend this code. We can say no discharge of firearms at all in the municipality parks, and so I don't think that's the case. Now, I'm going to make some testimony, because I haven't spoken yet to the item.
Member Constant.
Thank you. There are a number of constitutional questions that this hunt proposal brings up that have to be answered before I would be comfortable authorizing a hunt. The first of which is the argument that's been made, and I don't think it's the gravest constitutional argument, that the Constitution doesn't in fact allow a hunt for a specific population of individuals, that the Constitution says these assets are for everybody. It's the flip side that I'm concerned about, that if we do in fact authorize a hunt in our parklands in this space, then the Constitution is going to demand that we allow everyone to hunt there, and then that becomes hunting grounds and not recreation grounds. That's a concern that I have that has to be sorted before we get there. This argument of separation of powers. The code granted the authority to the director to make the deviation from what we said is allowed, no discharge of firearms. We have the authority to change that code, to say, we want to see a plan before you deviate from the code. That's fine. I believe it will withstand scrutiny. I'm no attorney, but I'm willing to go to court for that. Next, I believe there are some alternative locations. I'll be really happy to talk with you guys from the state about that. I've had some conversations with some places that have incredible trails, but this is a subject for another day. I believe in the past, the Board of Game has been quite hostile to the recreational interests of Anchorage, so there's a lack of trust when the Board of Game is starting to insert itself into the management of Anchorage's parklands. It raises a lot of skepticism. And finally, the mayor says, I do not want that responsibility. I do, and I ask you to join me in taking responsibility for the public safety in our parklands. Mr. Bronson, you've already spoken twice.
Mr. Chair.
Are you somebody? Oh, Mr. Vaughn? I believe this is your second time as well.
Yep, it is. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just say, on that note of, taking responsibility and then it potentially being, on our heads, if we were to approve something and for it to go wrong, I would also feel really terrible if there was a hunt in urban Anchorage and, someone were hurt and we sort of didn't do anything to try to have oversight. I think that cuts both ways. So anyway, just want to say that. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else who hasn't spoken twice? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on AO 2023-64.
Mr. Solt?
No.
On a vote of 9-2, AO 2023-64 has passed the body, and I look forward to the conversations going forward. Next on the agenda, we have AO 2023-65, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title IX to promote safety, equity, and access to infrastructure for bicyclists and other vulnerable road users. The public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. For the record, mic's off. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah. Hi, Irene Queednow, West Anchorage. I have some general comments on this. You make a lot of ordinances to protect the people. Ultimately, it's my own choice what I do. You have made some ordinances that said because the individuals can't make that choice sufficiently, you need to step in and make that choice. That's not your job. Yes, you're concerned and you're tasked with the task for general public safety, but the individual is ultimately the person who makes the choices. And in general, too, you have your ordinance that's before us right now, and it talks about the vulnerable people. I have seen also several ordinances. You make people victims by calling them vulnerable people. You need to empower them to be survivors, to be active, and not play the victim role, because then it is everybody else's fault. If people are participating in traffic, if people are participating everywhere, they have their own responsibility to be responsible. Yes, there have to be some general guidelines. But by calling them all vulnerable people, you give them a victim mentality, and that's not empowering them. And I'm much more for empowering people than to making them victims. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? And I would note that I believe the sponsor's intent is to continue the public hearing on this item. And if that's the case and the item changes, you might want to wait to testify. Welcome. Again, please state your name for the record. What part of tenant from? You'll have 3 minutes.
Legal name Brian Witzke, go by Bree, she and her, pronouns transgender, Alaskan, 13 years. My only concern about adding anything as far as this goes, we are all vulnerable road users. If anybody has been driving lately in Anchorage, I want to know how, even if this was to go through or not go through, my question is still the same. How do we get more funding to our officers to be able to make all of us a little safer on the roads? It doesn't matter if it's bicyclers, walkers, doesn't matter if it's somebody in a wheelchair driving down the road. I want to know how we can make it to where I don't feel like I'm going to get killed on the road every single time I go from one place to another 3 or 4 different times. What can we do to encourage safety all the way across, because we're all vulnerable road users? So anything that you guys can come up with, I'd muchly be aware to try to find out. Prime example, the 23rd of December, I was literally driving. It was our windy day this last year. Very windy, snow drifts out. A great full-size truck decided to almost kill me. I was hockey pucked across, Dowling. So, I mean, anything we can do as far as increasing safety, visibility, awareness, if it be lit stop signs, maybe a re-education, maybe a retest on our driver's licenses, something, anything. If you want to promote safety, let's start with more officers actually on the road, making sure we are safe. Let's look at maybe reevaluating how long it is between we take a written test or a driver's test. As far as vulnerable road users, again, I say it doesn't matter what Alaskan you are. In Anchorage, you're vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Again, please state your name, what part of town you're from, and I have 3 minutes.
Hi, Nico Wolf. I'm from Spenard. A few weeks ago, I was on a trip over to Washington, D.C., and I noticed some pretty significant differences between the infrastructure located somewhere like that and somewhere like Anchorage. These were including but not limited to protected individual bike lanes, specific signaling, and various infrastructure throughout the city that would make collisions that we see here in Anchorage effectively impossible unless a vehicle was to impact a barrier at, perpendicular highway speeds. I do consider it somewhat disingenuous to assert that the risks experienced on 2 wheels are equivalent to those experienced on 4. As someone who used to have and ride a motorcycle, motorcyclists get killed all the times by cars. And that's with all of their sound, all of their light, and their increased size over a bicycle. Whereas with a silent bicycle, which is oftentimes perceived as a nuisance, the risks are significantly higher. If I'd been hit by cars as many times on a motorcycle as I was on a bike, I would not be here talking to you because I would be dead. It's just something that happens. You ride a bike, you expect at some point you're going to get hit. Are there issues with the roads across the board and general road safety and infrastructure issues? Yeah. But I definitely think it's important to remember and consider that even when you're wearing a retroreflectorized vest, a helmet with flashing multiple rear lights and front lights, following all rules of the road, you're still probably going to get hit at least like once a year, if not more, even in areas that are very bike friendly. It's just something that happens in areas where you have a city comprised of different drag strips that are wide, straight, long, and everyone's going 20 over on. That's really all I've got to say on it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Welcome. Please state your name. What part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Emily Weiser, and I live in Airport Heights. And I ride my bike for transportation, so I'm on my bike pretty much every day. So because of that, I'm super excited about this ordinance, and I thank the sponsors for bringing it forward. That being said, a few years ago, I might have said something different about this. Even though I've been biking for transportation for 16 years now, it was only a few years ago that I started thinking maybe the rules that apply to cars don't make sense for bikes. I kind of like rules. They bring order, they bring predictability. It's a way of communicating with people on the road without actually, having to talk to them. But they're only useful or helpful if they make sense for the people who have to follow them. The rules of the road make sense for cars that are gigantic, they're heavy, they take a really long time to stop and react. Bicyclists and people on foot are much more nimble. And we are also more vulnerable. So if the rules do not make sense for us, and if they don't improve safety, excuse me, then yeah, maybe it's time to look at those rules and see if maybe they don't have to apply to people like me who are out on bikes. I'll use one example where the rules can actually make things more dangerous for me. So intersections are really dangerous places to be. That's where most of our crashes occur. It's also just kind of intimidating and scary to be there outside of a car. If I can get through that intersection faster, I will be safer. There's two elements in this ordinance that address that. The Idaho stop, where you can treat a stop sign like a yield sign, and then the dead red item, where if a red light doesn't detect you, you can proceed through after some amount of time. I would suggest some changes to that dead red item. Let bicyclists treat a stop light like a stop sign, still come to a full complete stop, see if it's clear, and then you can proceed. That would just get me out of that danger zone as fast as is safely possible. Now both of those elements are often considered part of the Idaho stop, which Idaho implemented in 1982, 40 years ago. They still have it, it's very successful, and the year after it was implemented, bicycle collisions were reduced by 14%, which is pretty huge. That sounds great to me as a bicyclist. So I hope we can talk more about this. I hear there might be a work session forthcoming, and thanks again for bringing this forward, and I'll look forward to talking more. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Public hearing on this item is now closed. Oh, never mind. I rescind that. We did have one person on the phone list. Would you go ahead and call? Do you have the list?
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Ferrugia. This is Christopher Constant with the Anchorage Assembly. We are now in the public hearing for 2023-65 regarding bike safety. You have 3 minutes.
All right, great. Thank you so much. My name is Thomas Ferrugia. I live on Mid-Hillside in Anchorage, and I'd like to testify today in support of this ordinance to promote safety, equity, and access to infrastructure for bicyclists and other vulnerable road users. I'm a recreational bicyclist and bike commuter as well. I work downtown. I live on Mid-Hillside, so the days I do bike to work, it's a fairly long ride, and I try to use trails as much as possible, but I do end up on the road quite often. I think an ordinance like this would go a long way towards making Anchorage a more bike-friendly city, and that has a lot of benefits for the city. It's good for tourism or quality of life. More people biking helps reduce congestion, alleviate pressure on parking spaces downtown. So I think all that makes an ordinance like this that helps people be on bikes more safely, just a really great thing in general. I would like to make a couple of specific points about the ordinance. I really support the inclusion of the Idaho stop that allows bicyclists to essentially treat a stop sign like a yield sign. It may be counterintuitive, but a bicyclist being able to cross an intersection safely at their own pace means that, and not have to stop and then start up again, means that they actually cross the intersection more quickly, and intersections are one of the most dangerous situations for bicyclists. So that actually makes a lot of sense. And then the dead red provision as well, I support. The way it's written is better than nothing. One thing that I have that's I think a little bit of a hesitation for me is the specific language about a certain amount of time that needs to be. We would need to wait. I think it's 120 seconds right now of a time limit before crossing. That seems impractical and also a bit arbitrary, and doesn't really serve. It doesn't work in the service of safety necessarily. I think suggest to replace that with the provision that the cyclists need to come to a full stop at a red light and assess the situation, and then before crossing. And finally, I also support the removal of fines for bike equipment. Obviously, bike equipment is great to have: helmets, lights, reflective vests, and all that. Not everybody can afford that. Not everybody has access to all of that equipment, and I think making somebody have to pay for not having this equipment is going to reduce access to bicycling in Anchorage. So all three of these provisions, I think, have some kind of strong equity components, and although this aspect may not affect me personally, I think we should strive to make cycling in Anchorage as inclusive as possible. So I would support this ordinance go through as is, although I would very much appreciate the discussions on the specific points I brought up, and I thank the Assembly for the chance to speak on this ordinance today.
Your time has expired. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else wish to be heard? Okay, before I turn to the Vice Chair to make a motion to continue the public hearing as he intends to do, I just want to say one of the public speakers made comments about that term, vulnerable road users, and I had a long conversation with someone about that because I hate it too, but it's the federal designation. It's not ours. We're quoting the feds. So anyhow, Mr. Walland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion to continue the public hearing to our meeting on July 11th, with the hope that we would have a work session between then and now.
Second. Moved by Mr. Wallen, seconded by Mr. Rivera. The motion is to continue the public hearing to the meeting of July 11th. And anyone wish to speak to the motion? Ms. Brawley? Oh, okay. Mr. Wallen first, then Ms. Brawley.
Sure. Briefly, I will. Yeah, as the chair said, we did not make up the term vulnerable road user. It is actually a term recognized by the U.S. Department of Transportation. And so in order to explain things like that, and as well as what does the Idaho stop do, dead red, passing, the 3-foot passing law, why it might be helpful to have more signage about that to inform all Anchorage road users. And then also, a discussion about who would be allowed in bike lanes and the various definitions, I think would be helpful to the body. So that's why I'd like to take a little bit more time with this and also just give the public more time to weigh in. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And I certainly support us taking time with this, providing information and having a discussion about what the right move is. I think it's also helpful to note that to the point that was brought up earlier about, us, the elected officials, not telling folks what to do, I think it's worth looking at our enforcement and what we say as penalties on the books and whether those should stay there or whether we let people leave it up to their free choice if they, for example, want to wear a helmet or not. So we'll save the rest of this for debate, but just to say, I think there's some good things in here and some good, maybe philosophically aligned items for those who are more libertarian. Thank you.
All right, hearing and seeing no one else, members may proceed to vote on the motion to continue the public hearing to July 11th.
Mr. Sultan, continuing the public hearing.
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, AO 2023-65 has been continued to the meeting of July 11th. Now before us we have AR 2023-182, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating not to exceed $7 million of area-wide general fund balance to the area general-wide capital improvement projects fund Maintenance and Operations Department to be used for construction of a navigation center and emergency shelter at Tudor and Elmore Site 27. The public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Irene Queednow, West Anchorage. You know from the emails that I've written and the testimony I've given that I'm in favor of the navigation center. It doesn't matter who suggested it. It is a matter of that I think it's a good idea. We had the camp last year, and in a way, even though there were many things that were not good, I think it was, to me, it was like a mini navigation center, and some of it we have done at the Sullivan, where people come in and they get directed to the next step, and they get directed to housing, and they get directed to help for mental illness. And that concept, I think, I like that concept, and I think it will work. And as we've heard today, from that camp, as difficult as it might have been, people have been placed in housing, so there was success there, and we have seen some in the Sullivan Arena. And so I think the idea of a navigation center is a really, really good one, and that's the reason why I'm for it. I'm not going to go into the financial stuff, but we already have, if I'm not mistaken and remember correctly, we already have stuff that goes inside, and some of it was either purchased fairly inexpensive or donated. I can't remember. Anyway, I am for this, so thank you.
Thank you. Welcome again. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brian Witzke. I go by Bree, she and her pronouns. 13 years transgender woman. All right, I don't know about this NAV Center as much as I would like to know. Adding more money to it from the municipal aspect. I agree with some aspects of the municipal people getting involved. However, I am still of nature that private sector should be handling this a lot more than us as far as a public sector. Right now, the 3rd Avenue NAV Center that is ran by CSS is handling the payload that this has been absence of. And I can tell you, as I'm in there quite often myself, working with a lot of these homeless, and I have. And if you don't know that, again, my name is Bree. I drive a yellow van. I'm the one that holds a sign that says I need fuel. I'm helping these guys left and right. I'm underneath my van shifting it manually to tell you how often I'm currently working. I don't have any money to fix it. I've moved over 20 people in an abatement recently. And I'm going to say $7 million to the mayor's office. You need to look within. We don't need to give you any more money. I don't believe the municipality needs to have a navigation center. I think we need to have a whole big center to start from immediate intervention to evaluation and on. A NAV center man, we could do so much better. We already have CSS handling that, and that's a private entity. That's not taking from us tax dollars. They go out, they talk with people that are members of the communities. They make ties. We already have food stamps come in. We already have realtors come in. We already have grant writers come in. Why spend any more tax dollars when we don't need it? We need to reinforce grants for small entities to do this. We don't need the municipality to do this. If we're going to have the municipality do anything, we need to look at it in different ways. A NAV center, there's already one here. It's already doing the workload. Y'all are too late.
Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Ms. Brawley? Okay. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. What part of town you're from? You'll have 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, Assembly members, Mr. Mayor. I'm Sandra Myrop. I live on the east side. I've passed a schematic of Anchorage's wildfire exposure as modeled in 2014 by Dr. Jen Schmidt at ICER. You can see the fire risk on Anchorage's hillside without the impact of campers. The past 2 Elmore fires were located right next to where I labeled the ball fields. You can also see how accurate Dr. Schmidt's modeling is based on those past 2 fires. I live in an area with 1 road for ingress and egress. My opposition to the Tudor-Elmore retent is not a NIMBY issue. It is a life and death issue for Hillside residents. Out on NPR on May 10th, 2023, Anchorage Fire Department Fire Chief Doug Schrage said that a wildfire quickly moving up the hillside is what, quote, keeps me up at night, period, close quotes. I'm imploring you to remove the Tudor and Elmore tent and the camping that will result from it being there from consideration. Also, I implore you to abate the campers that are camping in the exact same area that caused the last 2 Elmore fires. 2 major fires merit abatement more than other reasons that are used for abatement. I listened to the special assembly meeting via live stream this past week. Chair Constant, you asked, where is the mayor? Has he attended any of these meetings? I've attended several meetings, both live and via live stream, and the mayor has not been at any of those. I'm thinking that the mayor may have only one idea, and that is building a tent on Tudor and Elmore. It seems like that's the only solution we're hearing from his administration. Warehousing people in a tent, the same type of spring tent erected at the landfill in Eagle River, used to store equipment without a certificate of occupancy for the past 4 years. I also own a property on East 12th Street, kitty corner to the Carr's grocery store, that I have officed in, I've officed out of for about 20 years now. So literally 1/3 of my life is spent there. I propose that we open the Sullivan for 2 years as we come to real solutions. Make it not just a winter solution, but a very temporary housing solution. Do what it takes to really alleviate the concerns of the neighborhood and give us assurances that the Sullivan is only a temporary solution until there is an administration that really wants to solve the problems of our unhoused in Anchorage. This approach will give us time for thoughtful planning instead of crisis-driven reactions. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. What part of town you're from? You'll have 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, Assembly members, Mr. Mayor, my name is Stephen Myrop. I live on the east side also. I'll have a couple questions along the way, and you don't need to answer out loud. When you're at home, how far is it to your nearest city water fire hydrant? I've always lived on the east side, and on Baxter Bog, my closest hydrant was 100 feet away. In Stuckagen, the closest city water hydrant is probably 2 miles away, and that's as the crow flies. You can't lay hose through the woods, so it's further than that. I don't know if there's a single city water hydrant between Stuck Again on one side and Bear Valley on the other side. Now, question number 2. Is your neighborhood flat or steeply uphill? This matters because fire burns much faster going uphill. Now let's jump to Tudor and Elmore. We already have campers burning open fires along Elmore Road near Tudor. And if what happened with campers around the Sullivan is any guide, a shelter at Tudor and Elmore will likely increase the number of campers in the area. So let's talk about the 2 largest wildfires within the city in the last 5 years. Both were in the area of Tudor and Elmore. Now, if either of those fires had jumped Elmore Road, your only major fire break, right, and raced uphill and burned far north by Centennial Park, Hilltop Ski Area, Service High School, and Hillside Homes, there's no way that we would be considering the Tudor and Elmore location. So let's be clear. Whether we're talking about Tudor and Elmore or any other location, this isn't just really about Tudor and Elmore. There should never be a shelter like the proposed shelter hard up against a massive fuel source with few, if any, city water fire hydrants within the area comprising the massive fuel source. Or just stand at the ball field at Elmore and MLK. Hold your arms up like this. Look up at the hillside. Look at all the fuel in front of you and ask, is this a good place to light a match? Thank you. Thank you much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Brawley to approve the S version and seconded by Mr. Volland. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And I understand this is the first day that this S version has been available, but I also understand that there may be intent to postpone this item to answer some questions about the available funding. So I'll just speak briefly to the intent. So we've heard about this project now for 3 summers, and it's often been framed in political terms. And so what this S version offers is a way, or at least more information for the body and for the public to evaluate it in financial and project management terms. So the questions would be, is this a sound investment of public funds? Is this project feasible in the time frame and with the budget proposed? How and how soon can it be operated and paid for longer term? Because what we're talking about is not simply construction of a facility, although that's certainly the scope of this resolution, this appropriation. What we're talking about is, for the first time in this city's history, operating a city-run shelter on a permanent basis, and potentially privately operated, but something that the municipality funds with public money. And so it is important for us to understand that we're talking about a facility to be operated and not just to be constructed. And so I felt that it was important to bring that to the public's attention, to really clearly discuss it, and then to be able to discuss the feasibility of this project as it's been presented. And so I won't walk through everything in this S version in detail, but essentially it does take the work that was begun by members Cross and Salt, and it adds additional context, including the number of unsheltered individuals to what we understand, the number of folks who would not be served beyond the capacity of this as a shelter. It speaks to some questions about the availability of the funds that were identified as previously appropriated, which are certainly under discussion, and then also looking at the potential cost of this facility. So the first cost of this facility was put forward in 2021. There's been variations put forward since then by the administration, but essentially the original dollar estimate of $15.2 million is, I believe, out of date. And I believe it did not include things like the interior build-out of the facility, so everything from beds to the furniture that's needed, basically everything that you would need to have in place so that on day one, when folks walk in needing navigation services and or needing shelter, that facility is ready to operate. And that leaves aside the other question, which is how will we be staffed, how it will be paid for, how the utilities will be paid for, which is a separate question. But when you're talking about building a public facility or a facility of any kind, you need to look at construction and operations together. And so this S version includes a pretty lengthy memo that I would encourage folks to read, understanding that we don't have time to fully read it now, but that it lays out some additional assumptions that could be made about the cost, which is why the proposal to increase the total cost of this facility, or rather to more realistically look at the appropriation for this facility, is $11.1 million instead of $7 million. And certainly these are open for discussion, but where possible, I used documents from the administration that was presented as late as October 2022. It also looks at the operations that were presented, approximately $6 million per year it would cost to operate this facility. And the proposal has been to open it in late 2023. And so we also need to contemplate how we would fund this operation starting this year, leaving aside the question of what happens on January 1st, 2024. And finally, the memo in the back speaks to one of the kind of default funding sources that has been used for projects related to homelessness and housing recently, which is the alcohol tax. And just to state, for operations purposes and potentially for even the capital appropriation, that there may not be, in fact, I believe there's likely not available alcohol tax fund balance or room in the alcohol tax budget to fund $6 million of operation starting in late 2023 to 2024. And so I laid this on the table, or not formally laid on the table, I've introduced this in order to really have a discussion about the feasibility of this facility, because I believe we cannot just say we have to do something, we've already started this and therefore we go down this path. I think we need to look at the costs. Thank you.
Thank you, and yes, you did lay it on the table and introduce it. Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate the level of detail that Member Brawley put into this S version. It outlines two different scenarios, Scenario A and Scenario B, as Member Brawley said. But I think we need to also consider a Scenario C, whereas if you look at the table that she's presented here, the general government fund balance, 10.2 million estimated. I think in Scenario C, that would be struck through. I don't know that we have that in the general government fund balance. I think there are some questions surrounding that, and we certainly received an interesting email from Mr. Thurn today. So anyway, before we move further with this item, I do have a couple of amendments, and I would like to first move Amendment Number 1, Volant Amendment Number 1.
The clerk reminds me, I'm sorry, that I failed to call a member of the public that wanted to be heard. We have one person on the phone list.
I will gladly hold. Yep.
So before we start moving amendments, I would love if the members would entertain rolling back to the public hearing briefly. Mr. Turner, could we call Ms. Good?
Do you need a motion? Do you need a motion to return to public hearing?
I think we're fine, thank you.
Hello, this is May.
Hi there, Ms. Good. Christopher Constant calling you from the Anchorage Assembly. Hello. We are having a public hearing on AR 2023-182. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, you're having a public hearing right now?
We are working through burning the midnight oil. You signed up.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well. I have my phone turned up, but the reception just isn't that good. So this is a continuation of the meeting today at 5, right?
Yes, we're hearing an ordinance to potentially fund the Tudor and Elmore Navigation Center and Shelter. You signed up.
I see. And so I had signed up to speak for 3 minutes, right?
And your time starts now.
Okay, so I wasn't aware that I would still be on the schedule because it was so late. But I can tell you briefly that Anchorage is the fourth biggest geographically city in the United States. Because of that, I feel like we are not serving the people experiencing homeless as well as we could be if we had something that connected them to services that wasn't in a single location. So because I'm not prepared to present all of my information, that's really the premise of what I wanted to say, is I feel like we need to connect the people experiencing homelessness to the services, but I don't think having one facility available in one part of a city that's as big as Anchorage is would serve that population. So that's really all that I have to say.
All right. Thank you, May. You have a good night. Sorry to
Oh,
call
you're
so
very
late.
welcome.
Bye-bye. Now, back to you, Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Volin Amendment number 1.
Is there a second?
A second? You should have it in front of you.
I'll second for purposes of discussion.
Moved by Mr. Bond, seconded by Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. So this is just a callback to AR 2022-111 as amended, where it was a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage reappropriating not to exceed $4,900,000 within the area-wide general capital improvement projects fund, ... So essentially was the appropriation on the navigation center in 2022. Section 3 said that the appropriation by this resolution is not effective unless and until the mayor's administration makes a firm written commitment to make a good faith effort to operate the property at 1000 East 36th Avenue, formerly Golden Lion Hotel, as a substance misuse treatment center. We've come a long way since then, and now, as folks will know, that intent has been tweaked slightly to use the Golden Lion as a rooming house. But I think it's just really important that we are not putting a cart in front of the horse, and that the Assembly's expressed will then still moves forward. And I'm excited that the Golden Lion seems to be moving forward. The mayor mentioned it in his report this evening, and so I'm confident that they will soon be receiving tenants, but I would like that to move forward before they tutor no more location. Thank you.
Mr. Cross.
Yeah, I totally support getting the Golden Lion up because it's the closest thing we have to treatment, which we desperately need because we get people housed and then we can provide treatment out of that facility. That was the plan for it. That needs to be fulfilled. But the time to expedite and get the Tutor Nav Center up in time before it gets cold and we need cold weather sheltering, I think outweighs the value of your amendment, so I will not be supporting it.
Ms. Braga.
I was not speaking on the amendment.
Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and put yourself back in the queue. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Generally, I will support the amendment, but just speaking generally to these amendments and this item in general, I would rather support us just postponing this rather than debating these amendments at the time right now. But since it is what we have before us, I will go ahead and support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I share your sentiment, Mr. Rivera. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment. Mullen amendment.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 7-4, that has passed. Back to the floor, Mr. Vaughn, you still?
Sure, I'll move Volin Amendment number 2.
Second.
Thank you. So this amends Section 4. Excuse me, it amends the item to add a Section 4. So page 3, beginning at line 49. Section 4 would state that the Assembly's approval of Section 1 is conditioned on the administration's compliance with Sections 2 and 3 of this resolution. Non-compliance by the date in Section 3 may result in Assembly action.
Do you have it? Do members have a copy of this?
Should be in your email.
Do we have printed versions of this that we can share?
I was given a printed version, so I don't know. It might be lost in the shuffle, but
Okay, just hold on, everyone, just a moment. We'll figure this out. Some people have it? Okay. Go ahead and proceed.
Point of information. Member Braga, your copy, does it amend the S version? I don't know that it really matters. Okay. It does. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have it.
If I could maybe clarify a little bit, essentially, Section 1 is the money.
Do you want the floor? Okay,
I mean,
sorry,
I-
Mr. Vaughn, somehow Mr. Rivera jumped the queue and got you on the floor. Okay, gotcha.
So Section 1 is the money. So the Assembly's approval of Section 1 is conditioned on the administration's compliance with Section 2. Section 2 is that the Assembly request the administration identify at least one full-time municipality of Anchorage staff position or person employed under an existing term contract to be responsible for project management and operations planning. So we need the project manager, and we need an operations plan. And then Section 3 is the request to the administration to prepare that operating plan, and that it would identify the facility, staffing, client services, operating cost, funding sources for operations, request for proposals, information that I feel like many of my colleagues feel like they have asked for and never gotten in depth. So before we're going to spend this amount of money, which I'm not even sure is even there, to be spent, I want to make sure that we have Section 2 and Section 3 met. Thank you.
All right, I think I got this squared away. Now I have, well, so do you want to be in the queue for the amendment or the main motion, Ms. Braga? And Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So for this amendment, I will not support it, and that's because this amendment specifically speaks to a date in Section 3, and that date being July 14th. And all of this presupposes that we are making a predetermined decision with regard to the clean slate strategy, and so I will not support it. Thank you.
Mr. Cross?
My question was, through the chair, to the administration on whether or not they have identified, or if they've had that conversation about an individual that was fulfilled to an MOI staff position, who that person might be, and whether they can speak to that.
Through the chair, Colby here. At this point, we have not identified a specific person who would be the project manager. We are willing to look at that, and I think it's a really great idea, and we'll proceed from there.
All right, Mr. President.
Thank you. Just on this amendment, again, I appreciate the effort, and you're right. These are things we've asked for a long, long time and not received, not in full, not received at all. And so I appreciate the work. I really do. I think that this needs to be postponed. We need to have some work on it. But at the end of the day, it's not even close to being a feasible plan. And so, but I'm willing to put in the work. I'm willing to have the conversation, but I just don't think we need to have it tonight. I think we need to postpone this, have a work session, have a really thoughtful conversation about it. So I will not be supporting the amendment just because I don't think this is going to happen tonight, and I'd like to spend our time working on a work session. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley, are you in the queue for the amendment? Okay. Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to...
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Salt. Go ahead.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. On the amendment, I'm not a fan of Section 3, and that's the operations plan portion. And it's simply, in just about any shelter we've run, I have yet to see an operations plan. And that is typically addressed by putting out an RFP and finding an operator that does this for a living. And they have the operations plan, they have the skill, and they have the know-how. But for some reason, in this case, we always are asking for the operation plan that we've never seen for any other shelter we've run, or at least I haven't seen it. And I just appreciate the dialogue on this. I see we probably don't have the money for it. I'm not even sure that we should be in this business. But my intent is basically awareness that winter will be here before we know it, and we still have no plan other than trying to go back to the Sullivan, which I oppose putting the residents of Fairview back in that place. Thank you.
All right, so anyone else in the queue for the amendment? For the amendment, Ms. Brawley, okay.
Thank you. I wanted to respond to a comment by Member Solt, and also to say that I am open to postponing this item, but I do believe in the intent of this amendment. And to the point about the operations plan, so I can speak to one facility that I was involved in helping with through my former employer last year, and that was Complex Care Shelter, the former Sockeye Inn. Granted, that was not something being directly developed by the municipality. It was a private entity looking to purchase the building that was an existing building, working with the potential operator, and working with folks like me who helped create pro formas, who helped think through the staffing plan, the shift, all of the details that you would think about in order to operate that facility. It took about, I think, 7 or 8 months. We started around December 2021, and then it opened sometime in June or July 2022. And the reason that happened, well, there's several reasons, but one of the big ones was because operations was discussed at the exact same time as the capital funding to get that project online, because you cannot piece those things out. And I totally appreciate the limitations on the municipality in terms of procurement, but it does not preclude putting out things like RFIs or having open discussions or asking folks to bring a potential operating plan or asking experienced providers, how they do with their operations. And I appreciate that there has been work done on this in the past. In fact, I found it in an October 20th, 2022 work session. But I'm curious why that has not come forward with this item or any time after October 2022. And so I believe that it would not be a huge lift to do this, and I believe that it is completely necessary to evaluate the facility of this plan, and it can be done.
Mr. Vaughn, second time on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope we can support this amendment, just because for me, if this does become the vehicle, this is important to me that these two conditions are met. That being said, when we get back to the main item, I will be fine postponing and having more dialogue. But I would like to have if we're going to dialogue on this item, then I'd like to have this condition be met. And then we can decide further whether we want to move forward with this, or we want to go the clean slate strategy route, and not, give ourselves only one option. So I don't know. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and then let's decide whether or not we want to postpone. Thank you. Mr. Constant, you were recognized.
Thank you on the amendment. I would have taken the amendment a step further and said that without an approved operations plan by the Assembly, this funding is not available. That if you want to do this, give us a plan. I've been asking for this plan, and it's a plan that we're willing to adopt. And I know that the staff has tried last year, and it was a good start, but we've never seen it. And I did not do this work, and so I'm not going to chastise those who are writing it for not going as far as I would. But that's where I would have gone, is not just we may do something if, but I would say this doesn't happen unless. And but I won't try to force that because this conversation is not ripe.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Hearing and seeing, oh, just in time, Mr. Bronson.
Chair, if I could ask Alexis Johnson to speak on the operations plan that was presented in October of 2022. The other thing is to have a project manager, we have to have a project. We don't have a project. We can hire or contract a project manager once we have a project. The other thing is a complete detailed operation plans comes from the operator, and Mr. Salt just addressed that. We don't have a building, so we're not contracting for an operator yet. So this is different. We're getting our chicken and our eggs kind of in the wrong order here. We need to find out if we have a project. I'm not going to waste resources on hiring a PM or contracting a PM without a project. So with that, I'd like Alexis to speak to the operations plan of October 22.
Ms. Johnson.
Through the chair to the body, you are correct, Ms. Brawley, and I really thank you for doing your homework on this. We did present an operations plan, though it did not meet the standards of a lot of the members on the body at the time. We were asked to come back and bring it forward. We were hoping that a work session would have been called upon before this vote. And our Anchorage Health Department, though small and mighty, my division, is working their tail off to get this done, and hopefully it bears fruit. I support personally the amendment that you put forward. It's a collaborative effort. If you guys are willing to come to the table, the Anchorage Health Department, especially my division, is too.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, the amendment is before us. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt?
Yes.
Would you like to voice vote?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson? Thank you. Yes. Mr. Rivera?
No.
On a vote of 9-2, the amendment passes. We have now the main motion before us. Did you have another amendment? Okay, Ms. Braga, you have the floor.
Okay, so the map says it all. This area is just ripe for forest fire. Chief Scroggy told us that the wildland firefighting equipment is in South Anchorage. This is dense black spruce forest area that is not easy to put out if a fire starts. As the MIRAP said, they live uphill and the fire would head up there so fast and they would be trapped unless we come up with a solution for that. I can't support this 7 million, no way, no how. The 2 million that I think we started with just balloon and ballooned and ballooned. Northway Mall is sold before the roof collapsed for less than 10 million. It's up for sale again. It's a huge property that has some value to this city. 354,382 square foot of homeless shelter could be annexed, the part that does not have a collapsed roof. It's on 30.12 acres, which other areas of Northway Mall property could be used to make other housing. So if we could get that property for less than 10 million, probably 7 million at this point or less, I can't figure out why we would spend 7 million on the Elmore tent. Dover Center is for sale right now for $3,950,000. I think there are other options. Thank you.
Mr. Cross.
Yes. Where do I begin? I support this because I think we need to have a serious, I mean, listen, I know that many of you, there's just a handful of us who have the memory of gone back this far from when we originally started these conversations regarding a navigation center. I remember, which is ironic, I was firmly against the Tudor Nav Center when I first started to get involved in this. And then I sat down with Weddleton and I spoke with some other members who are no longer on the assembly, and I remember going through and talking about 72 or 70-something different sites. You guys realize almost 2 years of information and study went into finding these sites before we came up with the Tudor Navigation Center. Okay, that's why there was a big push forward towards that location. And yet every time we do something, we second guess ourselves. Stop, wait, no, wait, we could be doing this. Well, stop, we could go. We have the worst ADHD when it comes to solving the homeless problem because we don't ever just focus and say, let's go forward with something. 30 days go by and there's something new and shiny we can be doing. That Tudor Nav Center could have been built. Yeah, it hasn't been done perfect, but I'm just wondering how many more people can have to die in the cold while we sit here and say, well, no, wait, let's go another direction. We are willing to pay to house the materials for a navigation center in a warm, secure warehouse in Eagle River. We have a bunch of materials. Those are safely warm, out of the rain, and sheltered to build a shelter. But we're not willing to build and use those materials to build a shelter for people. And if we don't build the Tudor Nav Center, are you going to have a yard sale and sell all this purpose-built equipment that was purchased after over a 2-year study of over 70 different sites of what this needs to be? Now, we have in our emails the support from the Catholic Social Services and multiple agencies saying, again, going back in time, that a facility like this that navigates and takes people in and shows them a host of different, much like what's been erected downtown, but another one on a larger scale, is desperately needed. I just hope our community can get out of and I hope the assembly can get out of the way and see that this happens. You know, and the other part of this as far as funding, you know what? Where the heck is the state of Alaska? I can't tell you. I am so tired of us having to figure out how our property taxpayers are going to pay for this problem. We had a resolution where, you know what? How about we send a port tax to every community, every good that leaves Anchorage, we tax them for taking care of the homeless problem here in Anchorage. If the state won't do it, we got a port tax, we're building a new port, well, I'll get that money somehow because we should not be the burden of housing this and taking this homeless on all of us here who show up every night to do this while the state just says, good luck with that. While the federal government doesn't maintain our borders, we got fentanyl dumping in, the FDA approves opioids and ruins people's lives, and they dump all this on our floor and they say, well, good luck with that, communities. Well, guess what? We can port tax the rest of anything, 90% of that cargo that comes through it feeds the rest of the state. Get our homeless money back that way. But let's build something that works. Hopefully we've got enough of our own money, but heck, you guys, let's form an army and let's go find the funds from the rest of the state who should be helping support this, not just on our backs. Thank you.
I don't know who hasn't spoken yet because we've been going back and forth, so I'm just going to go through the queue as it is. Okay. So, Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that'd be interesting to, maybe we can have like a tea party 2.0 down at the port. I don't know. But I want to read an excerpt of this email that we received, signed Grant and Alden, so Grant Utrenka and Alden Thurn. Just for some context, my concern here is not the political, it's the financial. So in his email, he says, the CFO office has consistently informed the Assembly since at least September 2022 that we believe, based on the current projections, the unassigned fund balance will be negative at the end of 2022. Even if 100% of FEMA reimbursement could be applied to the fund balance, it has been our opinion that the unassigned fund balance will still be negative. As discussed in the Budget and Finance meeting, we are also not going to have 100% COVID FEMA reimbursement, so a 100% FEMA reimbursement is unrealistic. An additional $7 to $11.1 million will only increase the negative number. So for that reason, I just feel like I have so many unanswered questions about the financial side of this. I think if I can, I will make a motion to postpone.
I was praying that motion
Second.
was going to come. Motion to postpone to a time certain or indefinitely?
I'm going to say to a time certain, and I will make that our June 20th.
So there's a motion to postpone to June 20th made by Member Mullen, seconded by Mr. Presverdia. Okay, so now we're in discussion of a motion to postpone the item. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, my hope, and I'm squishy on that date, because my hope, I know we have a lot going on, my hope is that we would actually have a work session and be able to hear what's in the fund balance. How can or can't it be spent? Thank you.
The good news is that the charter doesn't have immunity from us having work sessions after midnight. We just can't take action because our calendar is so full between now and then. It's going to be a late or long, unusual time to meeting to get it fit in. Who else would like to speak to the motion to postpone? Mr. Presverdia.
I call the question.
Okay, the question has... Is there a second to the question being called?
I'll second it.
Mr. Presverdia has moved and Mr. Rivera has seconded the question being called. So before us now is the question. I'll take the clerk a second to catch up. And just for the members' memory, it takes 8 votes in the affirmative to call the question. It is not a debatable motion. And seeing 8 people in the queue.
Clarification.
Yep, go ahead, Mr. Schultz.
Are we calling the question on the motion to postpone or the motion in general?
The motion to postpone to the meeting of June 20th.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Salt, on the call the question.
Yes. Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, the question has been called. The question before us now is, wait, now we have to vote on the motion, right?
Motion.
The motion to postpone to the meeting of June 20th.
There we go. Mr. Salt, on the motion to postpone to June 20th.
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, Mr. Rivera's request 20 minutes ago is finally done. So that's the last item on our agenda tonight before we move on, I believe, to audience participation. Since we have no quasi-judicial items, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from, and I have 3 minutes.
Irene Queednow, West Anchorage. First of all, through the chair, Ms. Brawley, where were you for the last 3 years? I wish you would have been here when the Assembly was on a buying spree for hotels and buildings because, like you said, it is not just buying a building, but furnishing it and providing the services. And those numbers in the previous things were never provided to the public. Even they were asked about many, many, many times. And that would also be true. The Northway Mall might be for sale for $7 million. What's the renovation cost? That would be a huge ticket. Anyway, and then the other thing I want to say is I want to express my frustration tonight. So last year, the school district offered the portable buildings, and the people who were here, the majority of the people who were here at that time, cut that down. We had a campground that was not perfect, but it was where people had access to a collaboration of help. And all of you were against it. The majority were against it. The Anchorage Coalition of Homelessness did not help. So the people who were on this assembly, we could have had what we have tonight, we could have had that last year. And the people who were on the assembly at that time and that refused to consider the portable buildings and that refused the campground, I feel like you guys are responsible for the fact that now a year later we're finally where we could have been last year. And that is extremely frustrating, especially from my perspective. It was because of you couldn't get past your political agenda and you couldn't get past your hate for the mayor. And that is really not how this should work. And so having just said that, I am very grateful where we're at tonight, and I hope that we will continue to go in that direction and not toss out ideas because we don't like the person who makes a suggestion. It is good where we're at tonight. I'm just frustrated. We could have been there a year ago. And lastly, for the bike stuff, I want to make some constructive things. How about driver's ed for people who learn to drive? In Germany, you have to have driver's ed to get a driver's license. I'm originally from Germany. How about bike education classes in the schools? Those would be good things. They don't cost anything.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You will have 3 minutes. The mic is off. There you go.
Hello, my name is Bree. Everybody knows me, and like I said, legal name is Brian. I go by Bree. All right, so I'm here tonight. You guys abated my camp. Here's the notice right here, in case you guys didn't notice. The third, they're still working on it now, by the way. It was a pretty clean site. All the guys agree. The homeless thing, I want to tell y'all, hats off. Couldn't be a smarter bunch of people. So much brain cells. Mr. Bronson. Oh boy. That's all I got to say. All right, so we all need an answer. I've told the radio stations, I've told everybody in town, I've got one for y'all tonight. Whether you guys choose to use it or not, ultimately y'all's decision. Walk away from the Navis Center. It's not worth your time, it's not worth your money. It's not worth what we have left of the $4 million or the $25 million. Right here I have receipts for moving everybody out this abatement. Since it was city approved, I believe, I'll take my $159.61 for fuel. It was donated to me. Like I said, I've been under my car 70 times, shifting my automatic transmission. I have been out there with everybody more than anybody else. I've been out there 27 years straight. I will continue to be out there until this is done. Furthermore, as far as the location that will be fitting, right now I do believe plot number 070174, sitting right outside 40th and Denali, where you guys abated me. It is owned by Parks and Rec, sir. It's already paid for. Middletown, foundation's already there. Let's go get some buses. Let's go get some not pallets, but let's go get some shipping containers. If shipping container homes is good enough for Bill Gates, I believe it's good enough for our homeless. And I guarantee you with the recycled material here in Alaska, we can beat it for $4 million. Put enough buses out there, we have them for the winter. Put enough shelters out there as far as it goes. Buses, shipping containers, they can stay through the winter. We can start in the summer. I do believe we can build a structure where there's enough 12 foot by 12 foot, 24 square feet, 10 foot high. I believe we can build a hotel downtown in less than 2 years. We have 4,500. Can we make that big of a space? I think we can in 10 floors. The foundation's already over there. Archives, very simple. Our people are our history. They're homeless. They're vulnerable. They've been through things. Each floor can be a different subject. If it be immediates into drug rehab, it doesn't matter. Your NAV center, there you go. Land's already paid for. Property tax is being done by, I do believe, state Parks and Rec. That's who's on the plot. I want to know how they're on the plot. They bought it with my tax money. I rest my case. Have a good night.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Not seeing anyone, so we will now move to Assembly member comments. We'll start with Mr. Myers.
No additional comments.
Thank you. And Mr. Martinez?
No additional comments.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No comments.
Ms. Branca?
No comment.
Mr. Johnson?
No comment.
Mr. Volland?
No comments.
Mr. Cross?
No comment.
Ms. Brawley?
Sorry, I'm going to break the streak just briefly. I just want to acknowledge that I know the public is frustrated. Our whole community is frustrated with our situation. There's people frustrated about camping. There's people frustrated that we are not allowing camping. We're frustrated about not moving forward with this project. Anyway, we are where we are, and we need to move forward, but we also need to be smart, and we need to do what is feasible. So I look forward to those discussions, and I really encourage folks to participate in the Clean Slate strategy. There's a lot of meetings coming up. Thank you to Member Rivera for taking the lead on that. I know it's not perfect. Leadership is hard. We need to do something, and I don't want to just do shot in the dark. I want to be strategic about it, but we need to start with talking with the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Salt?
Briefly, just real pleased with how the Assembly is working, tackling tough issues, maintaining respect for each other. This is what we need to keep doing. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Prisverdia?
Thank you. Just appreciation for the people that came out tonight and spoke on the phone and in person, and appreciation for this body. This is really a thoughtful group of people that are ultimately trying to make the right decision and doing it right. So I appreciate everyone, and have a good night.
And I will personally thank you, Mr. Rivera. You have been doing more than anybody on the topic in any direction for setting the policy and trying to figure out a course. And while you aren't getting all the votes you want, because these are complex questions, your work is honored, and I will continue to be as gentle pushing you as I can because I see the work, and I want to make sure you are acknowledged for it. And to everyone else, thank you for your participation. And with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
We are adjourned.